I want to say good morning to everybody. We are doing this. We didn't do it last year because of the plague, and we weren't really prepared to do the internet Zoom thing. So we stopped it a year. Also, we didn't know where the heck we would be. It was hard to plan last year when we were in the middle of this storm, so to speak. So we gave it a year, and we've caught up, and I think we know where we are better. We have Josh on the call, and as appropriate, we can talk a little bit about our financial picture. We have Deanna, and we can talk a little bit about planning and some of the projects that we're doing together that Deanna has in her portfolio, so to speak. We had Crystal Rose and talk about NPU and basically support the group. Now we're doing it differently than we had started with. The department heads are not going to dominate the discussion. We're here as ancillary points of reference. So if there's a question on finance or whatever, Josh can answer it, and something about zoning or whatever, Deanna could answer it. We also have Kevin Brown on today, and Kevin is what I call going to be a major partner with Paul, and I'll have Paul introduce himself in a minute. You might remember Paul. Paul did these with his associate Phyllis Ritzy about 4 years ago. The first two were done by Paul and Phyllis. You notice that Phyllis is not here. Unfortunately, Phyllis passed away recently, so Paul is carrying forth in the business on his own now, and she'll be deeply missed. I knew Phyllis in Newington, and a terrific person. So,
thank you, John.
My condolences, Paul, again on her passing.
Thank you.
Kevin, now just one other thing. This is different than we've done it before. We've tried to cram everything into one day in the past. This time we're separating out. Today's topic is economic development and how it affects the city's mill rate, how it affects its employment, demographics, all those type of things. And Thursday at 6 o'clock, we're going to spend about 3 hours talking about other goals that are non-economic, like in public safety, public works, planning, human services, etc. So today's topic is very focused on economic development, and that's why Kevin is going to be a co-leader of this. We're going to use part of Kevin's presentation from the annual meeting, which I thought was very succinct, although obviously it wasn't a lot of time involved because the business meeting and everything else had a lot of other items, so we can elaborate more. We have it scheduled from 8:30 to 1:30, but doesn't mean that we have to go to 1:30. If we feel that we've got a product that we're satisfied with as a city council, then we have finished our work for the day. And that product is what Paul's going to talk about in his introduction. So with that segue, I'm going to turn it over to Paul. He can introduce himself. I did a little bit, and talk a little bit about Decision Point, which is his consulting firm, and tell you what's going to go on today. Paul, take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, John, and good morning, all. As John mentioned, my name is Paul DeSales, and I'm a partner with a company called Decision Point LLC. I'm also president of another company called Yard Zone Inc., both of which are consulting firms that work are pretty much in the country, but more specifically in two different tunnels, as it were, but all relative to organizations, businesses that basically help them in the form of a business coaching, help them succeed, and help them figure out how to make their businesses and organizations successful at what they're intended to do, their primary mission. So we've been doing this since about 1995, depending on which business you're talking about, 1995 or 2000. And we've had the great good pleasure of helping a lot of different companies do exactly what we're about to do today. So the meeting today is not really mine. I'm here just to facilitate the conversation that really you're going to have. And as John pointed out, the mission is to discover what it is that you can all kind of think about doing to focus your energies and efforts around a product that will enhance the outcome of the city of Norwich. So a year from now, we'll look back and say, we put our energies in the right places, we put our money in the right places, we put our people in the right places. And as a result of that, we are now, benefiting from all the energy and effort that we did, but most importantly, by making sure that we were focused and getting to where we needed to go. And we're going to set goals. And, my definition of a goal is doing something new, different, that produces a different outcome. So a lot of times people confuse goals with predictions. So, and I'll define the two differently, is prediction is we do nothing different and something else happens. And that sometimes looks like a goal, but it really isn't. It's just not changing a single thing we do, and a certain thing happens, to occur. So a goal is a lot more active and proactive in that it forces you to think about, well, what can we do different? And different doesn't have to be, tremendously different, but it does need to be different. It can be just a little different wrinkle or a completely different direction that you want to go that takes you to that different place. So I'm going to ask you to kind of think as you're going through this session to think about, where we are in that arena. But, what can we do different? And it doesn't have to be magnificently different, but it can be, but just a little bit different because we want a different outcome. So the minute we define what's the different outcome we want, then we look at, well, okay, what are the different things we can do that would actually produce that different outcome? So that's the goal setting process. If you want to think of it differently than perhaps you may have before, and maybe I'm saying something you all are aware of and know, and that's great. And that's the way you function right now. So a strategic planning meeting is all about that, is figuring out, well, what is it we want, and how are we going to get there, and what different things are we going to do to make that happen? So that's my definition of either goal setting or strategy session. Another kind of interesting, one other thing I did want to mention, it's more about the thing that John mentioned about timing. To me, the meetings that have, let's say, almost like a clock timing mentality, pretty much, they call themselves a successful meeting when they start at 8:30 and they end at 1:30, because it's very efficient. Our message is what we're trying to do is be efficient as we can, obviously, but the first thing we want to be is effective. And effective is when we get to, as John's point, when we get to a product that we are comfortable is describing where we want to go and we're all happy with it, then that is an effective outcome. And then we can throw efficiencies on top of that for sure. But so the first thing is it effective? Did we get to where we want to go? An interesting definition of strategic planning is that I have used fairly often is just a little reminder of just how do you get there? And the way you get there is this. It's called. I'll just read the the actual definition that is kind of out there that it's not mine, so no pride of ownership here of any kind, but it's the disciplined act. And that's kind of a cool beginning. It's the discipline of making sure that we stay focused on the task. So the discipline act of collecting the collective wisdom and interest. So, it's all about when we meet together, typically companies are meeting to collect the collective wisdom, but it's not always collected. So our mission is to make sure that everybody gets a voice. Everybody who has an idea, no matter how distant or remote from the idea that you might have is, our mission is to make sure that we collect the collective wisdom. What we do with it is going to be our own decisions, but what we want to do is collect the collective wisdom. And sometimes that is about, thoughts and ideas and information that we have. And that's what people sometimes call collective wisdom. But I'll call it says collective wisdom and interests. So sometimes, and passions. So sometimes it's more about, things that you can't put on an Excel spreadsheet or you can't show in a picture, but it's something that, you believe in your heart is something we really need to do. So, the collective wisdom and interests of a group of leaders who will commit. And this is that piece that John, I guess, really is talking to. It's effective if we all kind of commit to the plan that brings to existence a common vision of a preferred future. That's kind of a cool strategic mission, to actually get together. So we collect the wisdom around the table and we end up making sure that everybody's voice is heard and that it comes to a place where we end up having some sort of common view about how the city of Norwich should spend its time, its money, its dedicate its people to producing some outcome that we all can be proud that we were a part of that mission. So that's kind of my sum total of what we should focus on, what we should do in this day. And I'm going to give you a structure that I have found to be very helpful to get that process moving. But before I go any further, I introduced myself and told you a little bit about what we're doing. I'd like to have everybody that is on the council that is present to just tell me, just announce yourself, tell me who you are, and tell me a little bit about I guess if there is something you want us to know about you that in your life that's important, what you do or whatever, please feel free. But at least it'll be, I guess we'll call this a little bit the roll call, as it were, but also give you a chance to just tell you a little bit more than hi, I'm here. So I guess let me start with, I'll call out individuals. So Joe, I guess heard your voice. So
good morning. I'm Joe DeLucia. I am the president pro tem of the council this term. This is my third term on the council, and I don't know what other piece of information. Oh, what do I do? I'm an instructor for the technical school system in the state of Connecticut.
very good. That's a unique profession, needless to say. Very difficult. Glad that you're doing that. I'm not in no particular order here. I'm going almost by the email that went out. Terrell.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Terrell Wilson, alderman on the city council. This is my second term, and I am the lead paraprofessional at the Integrated Day Charter School.
Peter.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm the mayor of Norwich. This is my 9th year as the city's mayor. I previously served 18 years in the State House of Representatives. I've also served as a council member or alderman, cumulatively of about 7 years between different terms and actually different decades. I hate to put it that way, but that's the way it is. I'm a retired driver for the United Parcel Service. And I'm retired other than working as the mayor's for the city, and I do it full time.
Very good. Grant.
I think Grant,
He's still not on yet he was coaching a soccer game earlier this morning.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
He will be joining us.
Okay. Stacy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Stacy Gould. This is my 4th term on the Norwich City Council, and I'm a small business owner next door to Norwich in Uncasville.
Let's see. Swarnjeet.
Hello, everyone. This is Swaranjit Singh. This is my first term in City Council. Before that, I served in Board of Education. And I am also a small business owner and small developer as well. And, I am a tech-friendly guy who wants to see the city also a little more tech-friendly. And I guess that should be good enough. Otherwise, I have a whole list of things which I want to see in Norwich. Thank you.
So we will definitely collect the wisdom if we end up having you speak. No question.
Thank you.
Tracy? Is Tracy on?
She might be
Go ahead,
working.
Oh,
yeah, she's, Joe said in the beginning that Tracy was called to work today, so she was going to try to get on, but not sure. So
okay.
hopefully we'll see Tracy later.
Okay. And I think so, as far as the council is concerned, I've not left anybody out. I hope I have. Good.
No.
All right. And obviously, John, you introduced yourself at the beginning. I guess we should also ask those that are like myself, kind of like here for other purposes to provide some help to the council in this meeting. Kevin?
Yeah,
Kevin, I think you're muted. Oh, we go.
no, the computer was reacting really slow. Good morning, everybody. Kevin Brown, president of NCDC. I'll be helping, as Paul said, chart the course, I guess, really just provide a handrail. As your chief hunter-gatherer for economic development, I obviously need to hear what your priorities are and what the collected common vision of the future is for the city. So I'm excited to be on the call and help in that way.
Thank you, Kevin. And Josh, I believe was another.
Good morning. Josh Pothier. I've been with the city's finance department since 2003. I'm currently the comptroller for the city of Norwich. And prior to that, I worked in public accounting, doing auditing and corporate and partnership taxation.
Okay, good. So you'll keep us focused on where's the money.
Sure.
And is there anyone else that, John, that I'm missing?
Yeah,
Deanna.
Deanna, I'm sorry, Deanna.
Good morning, Deanna Rhodes. I'm the Director of Planning and Neighborhood Services for the City of Norwich. I've been with the city for 5.5 years. The Planning and Neighborhood Services pretty much covers everything from soup to nuts in the development process. We also are in charge of planning initiatives for the city, from transportation to development projects. So we work very closely with Norwich Public Utilities and NCDC to make sure that projects move forward and get completed.
Perfect.
Paul?
Yeah.
John again. I do want to just remind people that this is a public meeting. So the public is not in the Zoom lobby or on Zoom, but we're live streaming the program to the general public through our webpage. So we don't know who's watching per se. So the caveat is if we get into proprietary business discussions about, let's say we want to buy a piece of land and we want to buy it for a certain amount of money. That's probably executive session items, and probably not a good idea to make that type of thing public, because it would adversely affect us if and when we were actually negotiating for that piece of land. So if we stray in that area, one of us, either Deanna or myself or Kevin, will kind of tap us on the shoulder and say that we basically should not get into those kind of details at this point. But generally, it's an open meeting, and we're going to treat it as such, and hopefully citizens and guests that are watching will understand a little bit at the end about what the council's priorities are. So see, that thing, we're using technology pretty well. We're live streaming it at the same time we're doing Zoom. So that's
Yes, you are.
It's not terrifically sophisticated, but it's getting there. So we'll, it's a nice virtual way of sharing. In some ways, we're sharing a lot more than we were in person, because we've never live streamed it before. So we think that's a good first step. So Paul, I'll turn it back over to you.
One more intro.
Crystal Rose.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, we forgot Chris.
That's all right, John.
Sorry.
Keep the lights on.
Well, and I'm not in charge of Stacy's internet, so we can't go there. But I'm Chris LaRose, General Manager for Norwich Public Utilities. I've been working with in utilities for 25 years, and I've been General Manager since 2019.
Sorry, Chris. All right. So thank you for, as I'm always making sure if there's somebody that's on that I'm unaware that's there and needs to be introduced, by all means. And if we missed anybody else, I'm hoping we haven't, but welcome. Two people that are, I think, not here on the meeting now, but deserve a thank you from me, and it's not from the entire council here, is Leon, who basically helped actually facilitate, getting this meeting together and training all of us on how to make sure that we could, actually run this meeting effectively and efficiently. So Leon, a public thank you to you. And Jackie also provided a great deal of support and help coordinating all of this as well. So my personal and I think the council owes a thank you to both of those two people for providing a lot of support before this meeting ever began. So thanks to both. So let's, I think all of you received an email, I believe, from Kevin. I hope that if you did receive it, you had a chance to look at it. If not, it doesn't, this will kind of help make that a little more familiar to you and make you understand what it is that you're looking at. But let me just kind of walk through a little bit of what we're doing. So the methodology that I typically like to use is keep it, again, effective and efficient. Simple is sometimes brilliant. I won't go as far as that, but we try to keep it simple enough that we can wrap our head around, and at the same time, keep our focus clear as to what we want to do. So, the three simple questions that a good strategic planning session really gets people to wrestle with is a clarity around, where are we now? What's our true reality at this point? Where is Norwich at this point in its existence? What is it that it is, good at, famous for? What is it that is kind of like we wish we saw, something better, but it's a little still, where is it that it is now? Kind of like a real descriptive kind of idea about how we actually view things. And I separate, description from characterization. So description is really a little bit more of where we actually tell, we have a real good way to describe what is the city of Norwich. What is it exactly? What does it actually contain, and what does it have? So its description is a more precise picture that we do pick. Characterization is a little bit as to whether we're capturing its full value. That's a totally different thing. So we first describe, and then we characterize how we feel about, what we're actually seeing and describing. So, we can say that, the city and the city center has, this, that, or the other thing. But, how I feel about it is it's such a valuable asset, or it's a valuable asset that we're not getting the full benefit from, or I wish people saw it the way I see it, or that's a characterization. And that's a little bit of that collecting wisdom would be description, and interest and feelings is more that characterization piece. The next piece is once we have real clarity about, how do we actually all see the city of Norwich and its strengths, its focal points, it's what it has to offer to the people of Norwich. The more that we have some clarity around that, then it tells us where we might see some places that we want to take Norwich that it's not now going, or wouldn't necessarily go, like I talked about with the goal setting. It wouldn't get there without us putting some effort and energy into another person. So I have someone, Peter's iPhone is trying to get in, so we want to admit, yes? Is that it, John? That be a yes?
It's probably the mayor dropped off and is coming back.
Oh, he's coming back. Okay. I didn't know whether, all right. Peter, are you back? Got it. Okay. All right. So where do we want to go is kind of a, it's rather than starting there, I'd rather start with where are we? And then really get some sense as to what does that tell us about where we are as a city, and what does that tell us as far as where we might want to take it. And that's pretty much where, we look at, what's the end game? What would it look like if we actually made a change? What would be the ultimate outcome? And again, that's that effectiveness versus efficiency. We can build efficiency into that, but we should kind of have an idea, a picture of, all right, instead of that, what would it be? What would it look like? And because of the pandemic, I think there's probably going to be a where we want to go moment that could be somewhere where we want to reclaim something that was lost ground in the period. Might have been something that we started to do, and because of the pandemic, we basically never got there. So it was reclaim lost ground, or started continuing an initiative that we had talked about doing and we all were committed to do, but we just never did it because of the pandemic. And then so what is our opportunity? What would be gained by pivoting? So that would be kind of where why would we want to do that? And so then that continue on stalled efforts. So things that we started and never ever reached fruition, or another council had started and it was a great idea, but it was kind of tabled and forgotten, and maybe it's time to breathe new life into that one. And then pandemic response or not, what would we really should be doing? Is just because we can do it doesn't mean we should do it. That's a lifelong kind of message, I guess, on planning and doing is, what can you do should not be our point of contact. It should be, what should we do? So there's plenty of things we probably can do, but what are the things that this team thinks we should do? And then how we're going to get there, this is where, the iterative part of the plan, where we get down to okay, so we know where we are. We have clarity about some very specific areas we want to move towards. And the last piece is, all right, what's our plan to get there? And I know some of you may be familiar with SWOT or SWOT, and we could do that. But I have discovered over time that, there's oftentimes a lot of energy, money, time, effort that's put into, mitigating a weakness or attacking a threat at the expense of, figuring out what we're good at and kind of using all of the benefits we have rather than trying to, fix what's broken. You get there quicker, faster, better when you focus there. So there is a separate school of thought that actually adopts that philosophy, and it's called SOAR. So instead of SWOT, with weakness and threats are missing, it's not missing, it's just thought of differently. We think of, what are we good at? What's available to us in a strength? It's not just what we are good at, but what's a strength that is available to us that we're potentially not taking the full advantage of. That's another good thing to look at. What's happening in the marketplace, what's happening in the world, what's happening in the state that, is available to us. We just haven't taken the time or energy or whatever to tap into that space and do something with it. So strength is not always just a strength that you actually can point to and say, yep, we're good at that. We do that stuff. It can be a strength that's available to you that you're not using, but could be used by you if you wanted to. And as a result of that, what is the opportunity that you could then go after? That should do versus can do. All of a sudden now your should do's become a little bit more around, well, what's the opportunity that presents us? So it's more about that first piece. Strengths and opportunities is more about looking at what's possible. Aspiration and results, the A and the R, are what are we going to do? So what's possible, strengths and opportunities, aspiration and results, what are we going to do? And so this is where we will make the plan that is going to be ours to work on. So the results are where we're going. So, just to kind of walk you through a little bit of, take you out of Norwich for a moment, to give you a little bit of sense. We kind of talked about this in our prep, is a little bit, I'll call it a tale of two cities. So just to get the juices flowing a little bit, a tale of two cities. So put yourself back 20 years ago, Providence, Rhode Island, or Middletown, Connecticut. So let's just take Providence, Rhode Island. How many people are, to me, number one, if you describe where they are now, where were they then? Good old Providence, Rhode Island, 20 years ago. Anyone on the team is familiar with Providence? Just enough to kind of put yourself back 20 years ago. Think of, let's say, the malls had, they had a vibrant downtown 20, 30 years ago. And then all of a sudden malls popped up in Warwick and all in different parts of the state, and kind of took that away from them. And people just migrated to the malls, and the city just became a little bit of a shell of its former self. Then you look at the downtown area, had a great waterway that was kind of going through it. So there was some restaurants downtown, but they had kind of lost a little bit of their energy. The waterway that went through the city was kind of like a place that not a lot of people thought, oh, let's go there. Let's go look at that part. And so, they were kind of like a city that had lost a little bit of itself, but still was a vibrant city. And now you look at, kind of like somebody, absolutely. And also I'll go even to the part that was Little Italy. So they had a part of Providence that was clearly a very interesting place for a lot of people to go find shopping and restaurants and whatnot, but it still was, doing okay, but it wasn't doing great. Today, Providence has, the Providence shopping area right off of where the two 95 and 195 intersect. Huge shopping center, huge. Definitely the malls have lost a lot of their favor and excitement, and instead there's that one. Little Italy, which was just kind of like pretty much not a particularly cohesive, bonded kind of group together, are now very much, they cordoned off, roads. It's a walking arena. New restaurants popped up. It's a destination. And one that's really kind of all right, everyone can think, well, those are normal things that cities might do. But what's one that was like creative, like off the hook creative, is Waterfire. And, taking people to the harbor When's the next one? Having gondolas going up and down the harbor, and having fire that is, and other guys in other boats that, keep the fires, barn fires lit on the barges, and the symphony that comes to that arena and provides music for the background and give gondola rides. There's nothing in the Providence playbook that would have said, that's a good idea. But somebody obviously had that thought to make that happen. And I think that if you look at our mission of where are they now, like take Providence 30 years ago, 20 years, whatever number of years, take it, where did they want to be? They wanted to actually reclaim Providence as definitely a destination for both Little Italy, for shopping, and for their harbor. I'd say check, check, and check. And it's a little bit of creative thinking, a little bit of where do they want it to go and how they want it to get there. And look at Middletown, Connecticut, another one of those cities that had a main street that clearly was, again, not a destination 30 years ago. It was a place that only the Wesleyan University students probably, spent some time in their families that brought them there and back. And they had a vibrancy there, but clearly not something that was locals from 30 miles around would want to go to. They had a wide sidewalks. They had good restaurants. They had a major university, but they weren't taking full advantage of it. And they even had well, this is one that they wish they had done something with. They tried to, a theater that was vacant and empty, and they tried to do something with that. So where do they want to go? They wanted to make that main street a little bit more vibrant, and now it is in fact a restaurant destination for people all year round. So if I can give you those tale of two cities, to me there's a lot of similarity and yet a lot of differences between the city of Norwich and both of those. But I hope that kind of gives you a thought that what we want to do is not stay within look at the playbook that is typical for cities and towns, but also, open our minds to perhaps some creative, you got to be kidding me kind of ideas, perhaps, because I guarantee the gondolas with people lighting fires on the river and keeping them lit and having the symphony come down and play for the people to keep them there, and other things. I don't think that was on the playbook that was even probably when it was first brought to the table. Like, you got to be kidding me.
Paul, can I interrupt for a second?
Yep.
Peter switched over to his laptop, so he needs to get back in. If you can let him back into the room.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you.
Oh, I have two in the waiting room. Are we back? All right. Everyone back? Peter, are you with us? I believe they're there. Oh, and we have 12 participants. All right, so I don't know if there's any, I'm curious if there's any either comment or question that hopefully those two examples kind of give you a sense of, where were they now, where did they want to go, and they had some real proximate and clear directions about what they wanted to do with their cities and what did they do to get there. Each one of them did some specific things that they knew they needed to do in order to bring people back into the city, to rebuild the vibrance of the city, and both of them accomplished the goal in a very clear way. And it was the city, and in collaboration with business and the state and all kinds of stuff, to make sure that the vision that they had for their future was something that they would actually see happen. So this is kind of where we are, is today is kind of looking at, where are we? We're in a different place than Providence, in a different place than the Middletown. We're Norwich. So where are we? How would we describe, how would we describe Norwich as a city, as its destination, to its people? How do people who live there kind of frame it up? How do they describe it? How do they characterize it? How would you describe it? How would you characterize it? And then where do we want to go? Where do we want to take it? And then we'll figure out how we're going to get there later on today. But let's just start with where are we now? And first off, any comments, any questions, any thoughts about just the whole process, or anything that I've shared with you up to now?
Hey, Paul, I wonder if it might not be a good idea, based on the aspirational descriptions you just gave us of Providence and Middletown. And I hate to do this to you because it pulls you off sequence a little bit, but we sort of primed everybody to at least come to this meeting with their number one, sort of unconstrained thought, the water fire or the theater, as you described, even if it didn't happen in Middletown. Maybe that would be just a good start point if we could just hear that from everybody, and then we can back up and go to, but where we really are now. Is that okay, or is that kind of pull you off target?
No. You know what? I want you to understand that there's no pride of ownership, and there's no magic bullet to the direction we want to go. So sometimes if you want to start with the end in mind, that's one of the 7 habits of a successful people, is start with the end in mind and work our way back from there. I don't have a difficulty with that at all. One of the things I will, and I hope that you do have something that's really not, that's outside the playbook. That'd be really cool. And when we end up, and I want you to kind of don't put the governor switch on. And typically when I tell people to not put the governor switch on, they don't realize there is a governor switch on their brain. And it's like, well, could we actually do? And I guarantee the thing that was water fire didn't start out as just that, but it might have, who knows? But it's kind of like you should start with, and when I work in businesses, I tell them, all right, before you start thinking, I want you to see, does it measure up to this level of creative thinking? And it starts with, you have to trick your brain out of its normal constraint mode and start with the sentence that is, if I had all the money, if I had all the time, if I had all the people, if I had all the infrastructure, if I had everything, what would I do in Norwich? And if you start there, that's a real game changer.
Right. And that's why I think it would be helpful or healthy for us to start there, because if we start with where we are now, we might very much govern ourselves with, oh my gosh, but look where we are. And I think knowing that we had asked everybody to come with that unconstrained resource kind of approach, if we just heard, just quick hit top line from everybody what that thought is, it might help us, as we then talk about, then I think we go through your structure, and I think we'll be in good shape. But if we're going to talk about it from the standpoint of don't worry about resources or infrastructure or constraints, then we need to take Chris, Josh, and Deanna off the call.
They can stay on, but what's kind of cool is that it doesn't mean that that's what we're going to do, but it means that sometimes it's like, well, all right, that's really cool. It'd be great if we had all the money all the time on the people, and we don't. But that idea we can modify or alter, or we can do this instead of that. And so Deanna, just calm down. Don't worry.
No, I was only kidding. They know I'm only kidding. So
we must spend the money. But the other thing that is good about a meeting is rather than just kind of like emailing it in, and you ask them to think about it and bring it here, is a real successful meeting is just what we just described, is that the idea that actually comes out of the meeting is better than the best idea that came into the meeting. So our mission isn't just to adopt one of the ones we hear, but to kind of play with.
So Joe has his hand up, and Singh is raising. Joe has his virtual hand up, and Singh is raising his real hand, and Stacy's got her virtual hand up. So how about we'll start going around?
Let's just do it. Okay. And you're going to be Kev. Can you
I can help you with that. Yeah. So the first hand I saw was Joe's. So why don't we hear from Joe first?
Go for it. And you're typing away or?
Yep. That's what I'm getting ready to do right now.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Go
Thank you,
for it.
Kevin. So my number one big thing, unconstrained thing for the city of Norwich is I want to see meaningful development on what Kevin and I have kind of named the horseshoe, which is the Montville Norwich border all the way up the west side of the Thames River through the marina and then back down the east side of the Thames River to the Norwich Preston border. Just that should be a destination for the entire tri-state region, and focusing primarily on the Norwich waterfront in downtown, the marina, the east side, where Shetucket Iron and Metal used to be, the Shipping Street area. As I said, all the way down to the borders. I mean, that is such an enormous natural resource that is really primed for redevelopment if we had no constraints and if money was not an object. That should be the destination for anybody who even thinks about either one of the casinos. That area of Norwich should also be on their list as places to go.
Thanks, Joe. Singh, you were raising your, and look, we could talk about each one of these, but I think what I'm trying to get us to do is just push through and get it. So thanks, Joe.
Yeah, just
Singh,
get a list. Just get a
Singh,
list.
Yep. Singh, you raised your hand.
And actually,
Stacy, I'll go to you.
I had very similar views as Joe, because I was like, we have these two big casinos and Norwich is a passing route, you know, and when we talk about our strength, so one of the strengths we have is our history. There's so many historical sites, but we have to look at everything from the third person eye who don't live in Norwich, who is just passing through Norwich. So when he's passing through Norwich, does he see all those things? If not, like one of the idea out of the moon, how about we start something for the tourists in Norwich? It could be a water bus that can run on the streets and give a little tour for our marina and go in the bus, water bus that goes in the marina, give a little tour of our historical sites. So that will increase restaurants. Basically, we need to bring people to our city, and of course, I think casinos are two very major things that brings foot traffic that goes through the city. But if you're just passing through city, you don't know what kind of restaurants we have. I don't even see any parking signs on our garage where people can feel comfortable parking their vehicles. So there are many things to it. Beautification is one of it. How to make the city as a destination targeted to the tourists who are passing through the city. That's one of the important things, and we should be working on that.
Thanks, Singh. Stacy, I think you were next to raise a hand.
Okay, so I have four things.
No,
We
you
have to
can't have four
capitalize
things.
on our historical assets. We have to advertise our parks and recreation activities. We need to create a public-private partnership for the best use of our waterfront and our marina. And with money not being an object, get Business Park North up and running.
Stacy, I missed your second one because I told you could only have one, so I stopped listening. What was number two?
Okay.
Well, second one.
Advertise our parks and recreation activities.
Okay, thank you, Stacy.
Yep.
I don't see any more virtual hands up. Anybody want to just jump and be next?
So this is Alderman Wilson. I think for me, a lot of the same things have been said. But for me, the other part would be, as we're looking at the everything around to be developed or enhanced. My first big thing would be, how do we bring, and I've said this before, how do we bring amenities here for the residents that currently live in Norwich and that we're trying to attract with some of the projects we have in the hopper. So amenities that bring nightlife, family activities, individuals that also are putting their dollars that live here, that go elsewhere to put dollars in other communities. How do we bring those dollars back to our community from our own residents? And then my other big thing is how do we do a better job overall promoting our city as a whole from a technical standpoint with the modernization of technology?
See, Kev, you opened the door by letting someone do more than one, and now we're getting to.
I know, that's okay.
It's
That's all right.
all right. This is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing at all. I like, almost like the enthusiasm is just so strong that I have more than one. That's a really cool outcome. I like it.
All right, we're doing good. Who's next? Anybody jump? Nobody.
This is Alderman Grant Newendorf.
Hey, Grant, welcome to the conversation. Good to have you.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I jumped in a little late. I was busy this morning at a soccer game. But
Yep.
One thing I think that Norwich could use is I think we need to either choose to do something with the warehouses in the downtown area. I've always thought it would be pretty cool if we could revamp those to be like multi-sport complexes where there's like turf field, potentially weight room, maybe laser tag. The building space is huge and it could be utilized for a lot of different activities if it was just revamped. So if I had unlimited resources and money and infrastructure, I would want to do that just to like try and help promote athleticism and healthy living and kind of like fun activities and birthday ideas for like the age groups of 8 and up to like 16, 18. I think whatever we do, we should really focus on the taxpayers and get their input on what they really want in the community. So
thanks, Grant, and I stole your idea because I think we've all thought about those warehouses. So I just added a couple things. If you haven't seen or been to Parkville Market or Parkville Place in Hartford or Quincy Market in Boston, I've always wondered if maybe we could create that kind of environment for a multi-restaurant location in one of those buildings. And this is the resource unconstrained conversation, right? So maybe a multi-sport facility that also has that sort of Quincy Market food availability at the same time. Something like that would be exciting. But you said one other thing that I want to make sure I capture. What was the last thing you said about our community? I missed it.
I just want to make sure that whatever we bring to the table, I think we should definitely take into consideration the taxpayers. Like, I know we want people to come to Norwich and we want to make the city as vibrant as possible, but at the same time, we already have like a large community here in Norwich asking for things that I think we should be trying our hardest to deliver on before we really worry about outside people.
Right. Gotcha. So you were coming in it from a different direction than I heard it. That's why it caused the needle across the record for me for a second there. So I've written it down, public input in general, to make sure it supports residents, which kind of hits Darrell's point, make sure it.
Right.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
So just out of curiosity though, is there, to that last point, is there something that you hear that's a crying need or request that you're listening to from the population that is here, that we could deliver that to them if we did with some answer that was, if we had all the money all the time, all the people, we would do? Is there any one thing, because you talked about is there any one thing that does that?
Paul, I'm going to interrupt again for a second. Peter's laptop crashed, so he's back trying to get in by the phone method. So if you can let him in again.
All right, I did.
He keeps on knocking at the door.
All right, and you're right. I start to focus on, content and what's going on, and I don't notice that little pop-up that says someone's waiting in the waiting room. So, Peter, are you back with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
So, Mr.
All
Mayor,
right.
I think we're back to you. We're up to you at this point because I don't think Tracy's joined us as yet. And you and Tracy are the only ones left who haven't, popped out that top of mind idea. I'm not sure if you heard that conversation that we were having.
He might not have heard it. He might
Okay,
have been
so
off at that point.
all we're trying to do right now, Mr. Mayor, is let everybody have a chance to shoot out that number one, resource unconstrained. If we could do a thing, this is what I think we should do. Idea.
I guess it would go back to be consistent, stay on point, focus on those opportunities that are within our reach. There are several large opportunities in the city's reach, and I would ask the whole council to be focused on those. The Business Park North, the cannabis manufacturing opportunity, some other actual individual developments that are still on the board that need some work. And I don't want to get too far into the reads, but we're still working with the Hale Mill development team. We're working with solar architecture. So all of those have the opportunity to deliver something that most communities don't have to receive. And that is the fact that we own our own utilities. And we have a large amount of lost electric sales to bring back and to probably exceed, which would be my stated hope. Our utilities works tirelessly to help reduce the cost for businesses to operate here within the city, but that comes with a price, which is less revenue to NPU, therefore less revenue to the city. So if we keep focus and keep in mind that higher level of return, which is in fact that 10% to the general fund, as well as the sales through Norwich Public Utilities, I think we can't lose sight of that opportunity. Most towns don't have that. That would be it.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Joe, your virtual hand is raised. Is that just because you didn't take it back down? Okay. Got it.
Okay. So that was
You're muted. You're muted, Joe. I saw Joe
I
talk.
thought I unmuted it. Sorry. No, I wanted to give everybody a chance because I have a second number one.
That's fair because
we opened the door. It's only fair.
Well, I would like to see, true mixed use development in what we call the downtown, but really, out to the lower west side, out to the east side, and ripple effect all the way out to Greenville. So true mixed use development, meaning that we have residential, commercial, retail going on in our building. So if I were to put it in a single sentence, I'd like to see greater than 90% occupancy in our current vacant building inventory.
Do you invite comment?
Well, so first, Peter, we wanted to try to go, uncommented. So everybody just kind of get it out. Let's check. I think we're there. I think we've, unless Paul, if maybe Tracy's in the waiting room, we can bring her up to speed. I don't know if we've hit that point yet or not.
Waiting room?
I don't know. Just checking. And either John or Peter, I mean, this today was intended for the council. This is the council that's present that has commented thus far. Do you want to hear from the rest of us, the peanut gallery, myself, Chris, Deanna, and Josh on this point?
I do.
Okay. All right.
Well, surprisingly, or maybe not so surprisingly, hopefully we do listen. There are items in these collective wisdom notes that the city is in the process of addressing. Now, it may be something early on, or it may be something that's progressed quite rapidly. And I'll give you just one quick example. We talked about, I think it was Singh that talked about the casinos and how you get here, and it's basically point to point, people don't stop. And we just received a state grant to look at the Route 2 arterial through the city, and to see how we can make it more user-friendly and open up more of our Brown Park land. It's a very exciting grant. It's something that started about 4 years ago, and now finally we're getting planning money. So we would make the city less of a go-through community, and one that would be more attractive to stop in. And so Harbor Drive wouldn't be just a Indianapolis Speedway road. And so that's one example of us kind of trying to do that right away. So, and there's others, but that's a good example.
I didn't write that down, John, only because as you indicated, we're doing that. Right? That is an ongoing thing.
Right.
So.
And it is kind of like when you think through the where are we now piece, it's like, one of the things that you're describing is that, you're not a destination so much as you're a place that people go through to get to a destination on occasion. And yet they're missing the opportunity to make you a destination. So to me, that's a little bit of a, where are we now? What's our, and I always like to think of the where are we now is what's our current unique value proposition? And that's a kind of I guess a business terminology, but still it kind of applies. The unique value proposition is kind of like when you look at what you have to offer to attract people to come to you. Unique. What's different about you? What's special about you that is something that is just not known to you, but you actually promote and use? Value. Where's the value? Where is it that people will go, yeah, that's worth spending money on, that's worth stopping at, that's worth. And the proposition is kind of like a contract that you're making with either your current buyers, as it were, or one that you want future buyers to realize they could participate in it as well. And kind of like as you just said, John, it's like and all of you kind of talked to, is that you have several unique value propositions that are available to you. Where are you now? You have this population that is driving through your city to get to another place. That's kind of a where are we now kind of moment. And it describes how a lot of people in their minds, your unique value proposition is you're a great city to go through and quickly get to the place they really want to go to. And that's both a benefit to you because you have a lot of places that people are not driving through. And at the same time, it's an underperforming benefit because it's not the one you want them to have. You want them to see another value, not the one of you're a great city with great roads and easy access to the other thing they want to go to. We don't want to stop them from going to that other thing because they still are. That's the thing that is a little drawing card, but we want people to stop along the way and maybe stop on the way home. And that's a different unique value proposition that you need to place in the heads of potential people who are already there, who can in fact benefit from what Norwich has to offer, and yet they're unaware that it's there. So every one of these is a little bit more of a, what's our current perception of the people that live here and the people that drive through our city? What do they think about when they think of Norwich? and what do they know about Norwich? And that's Norwich to them.
I see Deanna's got her hand up. So Deanna, how about, let's go to you, please.
Sure. So money unconstrained, I would say that I want to take a look at the past to go forward with the future, which is that everyone loved their neighborhoods in the city, and these wonderful little hamlets that we have of all these sections, these kind of boroughs, I would say, within the city. And they all need some attention and love. And I think having those vibrancy, again, of the housing and the uniqueness of each of these sections of the city, and really celebrating them and focusing on them. So basically our assets spread from beyond downtown to everywhere. So similar to what we were hearing about Providence in the Italian section, I mean, to say, hey, I'm going to Norwich, I'm going to this great restaurant in Greenville, or I'm going to this great restaurant in Occam, and I'm shopping in Occam, and I'm shopping on the west side, and for people to really, just expand all of our areas of the city to have really cool things everywhere. That's so important. The housing being important to upgrade and to encourage that to be improved in every section of the city, so they're equally special in their own way and unique, and hamlets that we can be really proud of. Goes back to the whole vision for myself. I think about the Rose City and how it's petals. All these sections of the city are the unique petals of the city, and how each of them are so important to make sure that they're beautified. So I look at that. I think the downtown area is really important by the waterfront, bringing that back, making it a destination again, people are passing through. But, how can we, looking again at the past, there was this mini golf there that people came from other communities, not just Norwich people, who used that and was drawn to that. So in my head, I think of like a big Ferris wheel, like in California, you go to certain beaches and Balboa Park, and you go there because there is that Ferris wheel or something exciting that's happening down there, that people go beyond just going to the to the marina, that they are family, like Terrell was building on, is a family destination. And there's so many other historic assets in the city that they can go to. But I think improving all those neighborhoods and making the riverfront really exciting, that's just a couple of ideas there. But of course is money, but we're not going to talk about money. We want to do what we can, big picture, for the city.
Oh, you have all the money. Remember,
Yeah,
you have
all the money.
money's not a
The city
constraint.
we are going to build on every neighborhood being bringing it back to what it was and what it can be, and really just and loving it, and having people, the pride of people who live in those sections is so evident all the time. But if we can continue that, I think that'd be terrific. And just build on it.
My system rebooted. I fell off and came back in. Did I capture? Can you see? And did I capture the essence of what you were getting at?
I think so, yeah. And just, and also the waterfront, and something exciting down there, like a Ferris wheel or a mini golf.
Yeah, you need to put that in.
Brings people.
Yeah, well, the beautiful, yeah, you're right. That's exactly where I tuned back in. That's when I wrote beautification and activation. And when I wrote Instagrammable moment, I was writing that for your Ferris wheel, but I'll write Ferris wheel.
Something fun.
Right, Ferris wheel. Right, Kevin. Right, Ferris wheel. It's it's a water fire kind of moment.
Right.
It's an attraction that would be not something that's not in our playbook.
Right.
It's not something that people would ordinarily think about. But and again, it doesn't mean that we're putting a Ferris wheel up there now, but it would.
Or we might, right?
We do need to think about, it's hard to not notice it. Coney Island, it clearly, it would not have been a destination absent, a definite thing that brought people there, right? So
right.
It wasn't just the hot dogs. Those were pretty
good. Just for everybody's note, Instagrammable may be a spoken word in today's environment, but it is not recognized as a word by Microsoft Office. Darrell's got his hand up, I think.
Before you go to Terrell, one of the things that you did not perhaps capture that I really, as an outsider listening in, you probably just kind of take it for granted that the Rose City is something that is kind of known, and it is, but people don't know why. And for you to use the visual of every one of those areas was, in fact, the petals on the rose was an interesting way to kind of put that through. And it's almost, I hate for that thought to get lost as not just something that is almost like a mission unto itself. And when I mentioned the thing about, the unique value proposition, and it's kind of like, what are we now? Well, we're known to you guys probably as the Rose City, and some people might easily, know that to be true. But if you would ask even people in the city who live there, and I guarantee people who are not there, well, why is it called that? I don't know that there'd be a lot of people to be able to answer the question, which is, it's kind of like, where are we now? We're known as that. Where do we want to go? If there's some storyline that's worth telling, and something that we could actually benefit from having others want to go to that, that would be a very cool thing. So, that whole picture that you painted in my head when you said, you weren't just talking about beautifying areas of the city and making what is already there good or better, but you dug into the thing that is specifically Norwich. And that's why I wanted to make sure it was brought up. It's a unique, that unique value proposition. It's unique to Norwich that you are that. And yet I don't know that you're using that in any way, shape or form that I know of as some kind of model that you use to actually build on its success as a city. So,
just on a real technical side, that may have been when I was off the line. Did Deanna brought that up in conversation? Okay, got it.
Yeah. It was like when she was talking about the beautification of different areas of the city, she referred to it as, each one of those sections, kind of like Little Italy and Providence was,
I got you.
It's a petal on the rose. But when she was talking now, I was like, that's really cool. It goes to a unique value proposition, but it's like, what, I do know that the Rose City, but if I had to tell you why, I could not. And I don't know that there's a lot of people, and probably there's a very obvious reason, but I don't know it.
See that picture behind me, Paul? That's like where the stem of the rose hits the harbor. And then the topography and the terrain sort of makes a shape of a rose with the Shetucket and the Yantic. And that's one of the legends that I've heard of how that came to be.
So you can reinvent your own legend if you want to, right? Because there is that's the legend that is there, but what is the reason? And I don't know it, but you're not using it in any way, shape, or form other than the fact that it's known to most people, and not all, not a significant number. I don't know what the number is about what you're called, but a lot of people might not be aware that it has any value at all. And we had. One individual just kind of brought it to, I heard it and it was like, wow, that's resonating.
So I'd like to get back to Terrell and then
Not
Chris,
Terrell, sorry.
and then we'll come to you, Chris, for your shot at this. Terrell, you had a comment, I think, on the ongoing conversation.
Yeah, so I mean, it was going back actually to the question you kind of asked about residents, and I think the only comment that I had that was still holding on to the thought is the overall conversation when it comes to residents and taxpayers in Norwich is getting their buy-in, but and part of that is them feeling as though their input in the overall marketing and promoting of what we do in the city is valued. And I think for many individuals, that's just, as we create a plan and we start to develop things, we include that mindset into how we continue to bring them into being a part of the overall plan of promoting the city. I think if we don't get residents sometimes on board, it leads to the negative impact or imaging on top of what we are trying to do as a city. So I think part of it is as we continue to develop and we have these ideas, it's bringing the public along with us on this ride of including them in the process so that we have an overall product that they also feel they can market and are willing to market to their family and friends and individuals to want to come here. Because we can bring everything we want here, but if we can't, if we're only doing the advertising and the individuals that are in the city and live around the city are not coming to also patronize and be a part of what we bring, there's still that stagnation of us truly growing as a city. So that's the only point that I had to bring to that.
Terrell, that's a great point. I just want you to know that part of the process that we're in today, some of it will actually address some of your concerns there, but in the SOAR process, that R, it stands for result, and it's just not the R. It doesn't only mean what's the target, but what's the means. And to your point, I think that if you end up putting together some magnanimous plan, but you don't either put in place a collaborative effort with population that's there now, businesses that are willing to participate who may be there now or not there now, and get them involved in a R result that has some real credible pieces and parts. And if you guarantee in a city environment, in a business, it's like which parts of the business need to be involved in this so that everybody is on board and moving in the same direction. And it's important, but in the city, you're right. The R part of the SOAR is what are the pieces and parts that we need to include in getting this result. And I guarantee that that's when I need to make sure that your voice is heard again, to just remind us when we get to the R part. So how are we going to make sure that businesses in town, the businesses that could be in town, and that population that is in town already is included in how we get this done? Because if you don't include them, it ain't getting done. So very good point, Darrell. Just want you to know.
I just added your comments, Paul, to Darrell's inputs because it all sort of threaded together there.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah,
Chris, you haven't had a shot yet.
Oh, there we go, on mute. Yeah, so the value of the utilities in Norwich is twofold. One is to provide 10% of our gross revenues back to the city for tax relief, and the other is for business attraction and retainage. And anything we can do to grow those are going to help the city and the utility. So making new businesses that are coming into the business park, we have a couple of large ones that are just getting going, making sure they're successful, making sure we're ready to capture Business Park North, cannabis, Preston Riverwalk, major things that are coming in the near future, things that we can grow our business on. I think we should do everything we can to make the downtown the heart of the city. And one piece of that is river water quality. And our biggest project we have coming from the utilities, at least in my career, is the sewer plant upgrade that will hopefully begin next year. But that will also be able to improve river water quality and maybe market some more of that that nice, clean harbor, which hasn't always been thought of like that.
Thanks, Chris. And I hate to steal a minute just because I'm moderating and note taking, but I didn't realize that project, that sewer project, would actually result in improving the river water quality. I thought it was just a capacity issue.
It's quality, it's capacity. It does promote economic growth because we can put more sewage into that system. So it's a multifaceted project.
Wow.
Thank you.
And just one quick question for you, Chris, is how much electricity do you think it's going to take to run that Ferris wheel?
That's not going to be a problem. We have plenty of juice for.
Just making sure, that's all. Can't let
we want to make a lot of light so we can see it far away, but we use LEDs.
Exactly. It's got to be a beacon. It's got to be something you can see from Providence. People say, whoa.
Hey, Chris, and again, if I could, just on the sewage treatment plant project, I know I think top of mind, what, $130 million project, is that right?
So we've been advertising at $8 million, but we're seeing a lot of increases due to the the inflation and the issues with supply chain. So it's going to be, the first phase is north of 80 million. That's going to just take care of the heart of the plant. The second phase is the Rose Alley pump station. And the third phase is the wet weather train. The combination of those three are what's going to really improve the water quality. That's north of 150 million.
Got it. And time horizon for those phases and the whole thing?
We expect to go out to bid in the next 2 months, break ground in the fall for phase 1. We haven't got approval for phase 2 and 3 yet to proceed. I expect the whole project to be done in 5 years.
5 years. Okay. Thank you.
Curiosity, Chris, just on, with phase one, just to back up on timeline, phase one is approved. If phase one is approved, when is the timeline for it? And what would we actually, I love Endgame, what would we see, if anything, in the water quality just at the end of phase one being done?
At the end of phase one, it's really upgrading all of our facilities, and it's not going to be a major increase in water quality per se, but we will have, instead of putting chlorinated effluent into the harbor, we will be putting just plain effluent. We're going to be using UV disinfection systems, so it's disinfecting the effluent without adding extra chlorine. That will be an improvement.
Mhm.
The major improvement comes when we're capturing all that combined sewer overflow that goes into the harbor and capturing it in a wet weather train, pumping it through Rose Alley back to the plant. And then we are eliminating all of our discharges into the Shetucket River.
Wow. That's when you're really going to see the difference. But even in
That's the
phase
5
one, yeah, even in phase one, there's some benefit that we're getting.
Yes.
And what was the end point of the phase one would be done? How quickly? How soon?
Phase one will be done in 3 years. Phase 2 and 3 and 5.
Got it. All right. Anybody that has not spoken yet? Kevin,
Josh has not had a shot.
Good morning. So are we, is this the unconstrained, or is this kind of?
Unconstrained.
We're talking about the stuff that people have already talked about.
No. This is unconstrained. This is your thought, and to ask a comptroller to basically be unconstrained financially is a hard thing to do, but I'm hoping you were able to get your brain to suspend that checkbook mentality for a minute. What was your thought?
Well, yeah, I like the ideas that the other folks have brought up about having, the economic activity right in the city that benefits the people who live and work there. The ability to, just go out during lunch and have a number of different restaurants to choose from, or when people think of Norwich, they think of, they'll tell their friends, I spent Saturday in Norwich doing things like they would if they said, I drove up to Boston and, just hung around Boston all day. So it's, making that all work, taking advantage of any kind of grant opportunities that presently exist to make that stuff happen, and then figure out how to sustain it so that it doesn't add ongoing costs that increases the city's budget year to year.
Cool. So he did put the checkbook in at the end. That's
That was
we
great.
expected that to actually suspend your brain away from not spending money that you don't have was hard, but you got there definitely in your inimitable way. So that's really cool.
He said other people's money. That was perfect.
Yeah.
But listen, I mean, no one has said this, and we'll get into it in the longer conversation, I guess, but all of the things we just talked about, captured in Josh's statement of leverage grant opportunities, there is so much federal money out there right now, it's ridiculous. And these other grant opportunities they're a once in a lifetime opportunity. And frankly, I know that we at NCDC are working as hard as we can to access and leverage these opportunities, but this once in a lifetime opportunity could very well become a missed opportunity, not just for Norwich, but a bunch of municipalities across the United States of America, because it's moving at such a rapid pace. So let me put a pin in that and shut up. It is also an opportunity. It is also a grand, big idea opportunity, which is to seize as much of those federal dollars that are becoming available as we possibly can. I'll leave it right there.
So Kevin, this is kind of like when we look at the S in strength, and this is that difference between like a SWOT appraisal of strength and a SOAR appraisal of strength. So strength in a SWOT is only what you got. but SOAR is what's available to you. And to your point, right now, and there always has been, but probably more now than in a long time because of pandemic response and all of the national bills that are there to help the infrastructures of the U.S. economy recover. It's a strength that is available to us if we find the way to make it come to pass. To get some federal money that, as long as it's our federal taxes that are going into the till, it'd be nice if we could get our share back at us, wouldn't it? So, but it doesn't automatically happen. It only happens if you apply for the grants and go with the programs and make it all possible. So I think in the S area, I'm going to ask you, Kevin, to make sure that you keep our focus on not just what is our strength, but what could be available things to us. And that's a good example of one, which is money that is something that we've put money into the till, but we're not necessarily going to get it back unless we ask for it. That makes sense?
Yeah, I understand. Yep.
And that's kind of where that S, I want you there and present, but we need to think of others. So listen, I tell you what, I think that this might be a very good place for us to do two things. Kevin, can you just copy, paste, and send that out to all of us on the email or on the Zoom right now in an email form? Just that as an email. Don't have to make it an attachment or whatever.
Right.
Just copy, paste it, and send it to us so we all have it to actually print a copy of or look at and whatever.
Sure.
And then we'll take a break right now so that people can have a bio break and get more coffee or get water or whatever it is that is your liquid of choice at this point. And then we'll meet back up again. How do we make it? Let's take a 15. Does that kind of work for everybody? 15-minute break. So I have 15:15. So 10:30, we collect back together. Stay on the Zoom. Stay on the Zoom, and then we'll just revisit. We'll come back at 10:30. Is that okay with everybody?
Works.
That should be good to have a bagel that is coming from DoorDash.
John, you had a chance, right? I mean, you had an hour. We could have said that could have worked.
Touche.
All right, guys, 10:30. This is great, by the way. I'm really pleased, and I hope you are as well with the direction we've gone so far. All right, break.
All that was in that box. This box.
This box. That. This box. Yeah, that was not.
Kevin?
Peter, you're unmuted.
Yeah, we're listening to somebody eat their bagel or receive delivery of said bagel.
Actually, it's boxes of Target that are dropped on my front doorstep almost every day. So it's kind of a fun discovery moment because I didn't order them.
Don't listen to him.
Hey,
Hey,
there you
Kevin.
go.
Kevin?
Yes, Paul.
Can you just make sure that I'm on that email trail?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, because I know you might have everybody else on, but you might not have included me.
I'll make that check. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Hello, everyone. John.
Yes, sir.
So are we on point as far as you can?
Yeah, I think it's great.
All right, perfect. As long as we're moving in the right direction, that is good for us. That's perfect. Okay. So we just need to make sure everybody is back before starting up again. So
Peter, I saw your shirt choice. And I'm a Cowboys fan, so I have no shame in doing that to you because I'm right there with you.
Hey, John,
No. Oh, no, I was
Yeah, yeah, Joe.
Singh needs to be let back into the meeting.
who does?
Singh,
RGC.
Okay, hold on. Waiting room. Yeah, we have 3 that are in the waiting room, I think, at this point.
While we're managing attendance, who is the phone that ends in 8695?
That's me, Alderman Grant Newdorf.
Got it. Thank you, Grant.
No problem.
Oh, I get rid of this.
Okay. I think everybody is back in. That's where you ask everybody, is everybody here that's here? Obviously, yes. Those that are missing would be not known to. All right. I guess what's it like to be a Buccaneer fan or any other? It's a little different, that's for sure.
Could be worse being a Giant fan.
Oh my God, yes, I know. Well, my wife, we've been, I guess, in our household, Giants fans long enough where we do remember where they did go to the Super Bowl. And as it happens, that was the year that they were one of those teams that had to earn their way in the hard way. And one of the ways they had to do it was actually go through Cowboys. And Cowboys fans will definitely remember that year.
Mm-hmm.
The year that they were destined to go to the Super Bowl and win it. And in one of those games that should have ended up with them winning dramatically, the Giants won it in the last 5 seconds of the game. And I was there. It was an interesting time, no question. But, you know, teams all have their high points and lows, no question. And this is definitely not one of our highs. Well, thanks, Kevin, for sending that email out. Hopefully everybody has received it and has been able to look through the document so that we have reference to it. One of the things that if we want to kind of move, not back in time, but I think that the answers that came up in this one, I think we want to go to them, somewhat quickly and really vet just which ones are worthy of going forward on. So I'm not going to delay that tremendously, but it did, as you were talking, and again, giving from an outside perspective, it made me ask questions about the where are we now, that perhaps will kind of give us some sense, I think, in this conversation about how we want to proceed. So as an example, the waterfront, the downtown area, if you had to describe its current attractiveness, its current, and I think I heard a little bit about, let's say, water quality was an example of what is now something that is something a little bit of a potential detractor that is in motion to make it better. But what is it now? It's perception by characterization. Is it doesn't have that attractive quality of, let's say, the Niagara Falls, so it's not something that people think about in a very positive way, but then they may not think of it in a negative way. I don't know how they would characterize as it goes through the city. What is the description and characterization of it? I'm curious about that. I'm curious about, let's say, the condition of the downtown area for its attractiveness in terms of, let's say, I think I heard parking, I heard businesses, I heard buildings that were clearly not, were big and huge and had potential other uses back in the day that now I don't even know what uses, if any, they do have, and what condition they're in and what possibilities exist with that. And then I heard about the communities themselves, the list of restaurants. I don't know do we have a current vibrant restaurant kind of population now that is there, but people are going to, but we like to have more people go to and more people think about actually going there. So waterfront.
Paul, can I interrupt for a second? I think Peter has to get back in.
Oh, okay. I thought I admitted him a minute ago, but so, so quality of water, how do we actually perceive it? Is it something that is kind of like, it's not like the Niagara Falls where it's a destination, but, is it something that people avoid? Is it somewhere between those two? Water quality being an issue that I heard about. The downtown, is there, parking? That seemed to come up as an issue. Was there a vibrant restaurant community that's doing well, but could do a whole lot better? Or we could attract new kind of restaurants to the environment the way that Middletown did. And what's neat is my daughter, who lives in Litchfield, talked about how when even they used to go to Danbury, what's there is a lot of restaurants, but they're all chains of some kind or another. And when they come to Middletown, when they go there, it was all restaurants that were owned by chefs. So it was, not that. So different things. So I don't know what the restaurant community is like in Norwich, and is it something that we attract more or not? Other businesses that could be, what is our as is now? The communities, do you have proper, like, Little Italy, or do you have communities that have a strong let's say identity that is something that is known to us but not known to others? Is it something that it's there and it's under promoted, and certainly something that could be promoted and leveraged in a better way? Is there, what is it like to live in the city of Norwich? If I'm a resident there and I bought a home there, what is my experience like? Is it something that I spend time in Norwich? Do I spend time shopping there, going to dinner there? What do I do? Do I use the city of Norwich as both the place I live and the place I do things, where I might spend money and encourage other people in the city to think about coming there. What is my as is? What are the communities that if we had that water bus, what would they see? I mean, are there, I heard about historical settings. Are there historical settings that are of real interest to really promote? Do people go there now? I mean, is it something that city residents go to, other people go to? Do we promote it? All that kind of good stuff. So I just heard some things in your aspirational, if I had all the money all the time, all the people, things we were focused on. And it seemed like structurally and geographically, you had some fairly interesting things that were available to you to promote that I didn't hear that, that was historically something we were promoting or structurally something we were promoting, or that it was being utilized in any way, shape or form. I mean, you have, Portland and had the quarry that was just that, quarry for brownstone and whatnot. And now it's a destination for people who want to do zip lines and whatnot. So they took an asset that was just kind of sitting there with a previous kind of purpose, and they repurposed it, and it is something that people go to. That's something that's an as is that they had a quarry, they had a river going through it, and they weren't utilizing it. I just heard a lot of things about as is that I don't know that it's as common knowledge to anyone other than somebody who probably lives there. And I don't know what the experience is like for someone who buys a home and lives in Norwich. Do they spend time in Norwich for fun and things of that kind outside of that? So those are my as is kind of questions. The buildings that are there in the city, kind of like, are there a lot of right now empty, vacant buildings that are available to us for other purposes? Should we care to do that? Are we able to tear them down and start from scratch? Do we have some legacy let's say areas of the city that are kind of like that describe and characterize, or both beautiful to our eye, but maybe not to others until we point them out? Are they hidden from our view? All that kind of stuff. So I'd be curious before we go into what we're going to fix, is kind of like, let's really make sure, and that's why we need to make sure we're not forgetting or undervaluing some of the stuff that is here now, that we do need to kind of make sure we pay attention to, so we don't miss addressing an opportunity that we ought to address. So some of you talked about, the people who live in the city, you want to improve their current their situation by making it more attractive. I don't know what it's like to live in Norwich now. What % of your population actually spends time in Norwich when they're not at home doing stuff like buying things or playing in the playground, otherwise known as Norwich? Or are they also driving out of Norwich to go elsewhere? So those are my thoughts and questions as you guys are talking about where are we now? If anybody wants to chime in and kind of fill in those blanks, that'd be great.
I mean, I'll kickstart the conversation just by asking this question, and it may or may not be helpful, but you made mention of Portland's quarry as an asset. And obviously this where we are now conversation is about what are our assets. And some of that came up in the prior conversation, but
yep.
The question I would ask the group, and I'll give my answer to and see what folks think, isn't the marina our equivalent to the quarry in Portland? And if it is, then that is where we should be centering this conversation. There are a lot of other micro centers for this conversation. For example, the downtown district, the Chelsea Historic District, is its own little micro center. the business park or parks from a grand list and revenue standpoint. Those are micro centers for this conversation. But when you talk about assets available today, what are we now? It seems like the marina is the what are we now thing that we should be able to describe what it looks like and characterize where we're not capturing the full value and have that conversation. Or, so that was my answer to that question, or any other thoughts on what the quarry equivalent is, the Portland quarry equivalent is for Norwich.
I'll take a
Hi,
little
this,
bit of a, go ahead.
Oh, this is Grant Newendorf. So hearing you guys speak, I would definitely say the marina is like the biggest asset for us. I mean, it's a beautiful place down there. I think it has a lot of good structure to it and kind of like a skeleton to it. I think we just need to put more meat on the bones in the sense that like the Heritage Trail is in pretty good shape and would be like a nice place to like bike ride and go for a walk. But unfortunately, underneath the underpasses there, there's like graffiti. There's some overgrown areas of grass that could probably use some landscaping. There's just a lot that could be done down there, I think, to help bring people in. We also do a good job of having the Rock the Docks, that I think is a good way to bring people in, as well as one of the big things I think that we should do, because it seems to be pretty successful when we do it, is when we close the city down for a little bit on St. Patrick's Day, it really benefits kind of the small businesses down there because of the fact that we're able to shut down some of the roads in the city, but still have, you know, immediate access for emergency vehicles and still a good traffic flow, but give people the opportunity to kind of like mingle on the streets, walk around, hang out, visit some of the different businesses. The only downfall is because we want to compete and get people down there for St. Patrick's Day, we host that a little bit earlier in the year, or as far as like the weather hasn't really turned from you know, that kind of like chill to more of a spring summer vibe. So I think once we bring back, and it was pretty successful before COVID hit when we had the different festivals for the you know, the groups of people that live in Norwich. I think if we could try and target days like that where we're able to shut the city down for at least like a couple hours, we could really make like you know, some good economic development on those days and really support the small businesses that would hopefully bring more people down here. So
Can I just make one comment to what you just said? Whether you realize it or not, you talked about an asset that is an as is where are we now, is that you actually are able to close down certain streets to make them pedestrian friendly and still not impact dramatically the traffic flow of people through and into the city. That is an asset. That is a huge, unique value proposition, because it's like I look at, let's say the Southington Apple Festival, you know, they close down streets, but it really does impact dramatically the traffic flow in that geography, and it makes it difficult to go there. So if you have a different, you know, dynamic, and that you have an ability to, you know, close down and make pedestrian friendly certain streets, and it happens to be near your vibrant, you know, community of, let's say, restaurants and things of that nature, that's unique. And it is at the same time, you're taking advantage of the traffic flowing through the city, and making it a destination that's friendly to go to. Oh, I'm not going there because it's going to be so much traffic. No, you can continue traffic flow and yet still have them, you know, go there. So that's kind of a cool, where are we now?
Right, Paul. Yeah. I think we can have a larger conversation around that very point that you're making. But I would like to challenge the assertion that, look, fact is, in an as-is condition, we do that, right? We do shut down roads and have festivals and things. But I think that the assertion that it's an asset might be a little bit incorrect. I don't know that it's easy for us to do, but I'm fairly new still to the environment, and frankly didn't even experience some of that road closure and festival stuff that we've done. I just want to make sure that others on the line are lined up with that assertion that it doesn't create traffic problems, because my my initial view is that is something we've got to figure out, is traffic flow in and around the city. And it would be awesome if we could shut down a road like forever, or one lane a road with larger sidewalks. And now I'm talking aspirational, but I don't know that we have that flexibility. So the city manager or Deanna or the mayor or anybody, what your thoughts are. Tell me I'm wrong and Grant's right. Tell me I'm half right. Tell Granny's what's the real story?
Exactly. I'm just commenting based on what I heard. But the other thing is, when you look at like the Little Italy of Providence, they actually shut down permanently roads that actually made it a complete pedestrian area. And because of that, and then added, parking areas near it, they basically turned Little Italy in Providence into a destination for restaurants, particularly because they made a restaurant row that was a road, and now it's closed off. It's a pedestrian only environment. And that was an asset that they had that they didn't know they had until they changed it. So, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't saying I agreed that it was, but if you have something like that, that's an underperforming asset that, people think, oh, close a road. No, we can't. Pedestrian only. Oh, that's not possible. Well, yeah, it is, but maybe not. Who knows?
I just have two things. I'm going to keep it short. Is one is that transportation study grant that we received the funding for recently is looking at all of our road network downtown, all the way across the bridge onto West Main Street. So we're looking at everything and looking at potential of how we can potentially close some roads, including the Chelsea Harbor Drive, or at least if not closing it completely, partly closing it. So we're really looking at all of that as part of that study and how we can make it more pedestrian friendly and more of a destination. So we are doing that. So that's an exciting thing. And just to really quickly touch on the quarry idea kind of thing from Portland. I was actually in Portland at the time when that happened, and I worked for the town. And the one thing that comes from that is they did not originally own that quarry. So the town had to be forward thinking about, they have this asset that was privately owned. It was in bad shape. It was polluted. It had garbage in it, but they could see what it could be because of its location and using it as a destination. And we have many sites in the city, and I won't be specific here, that are those kind of things. They're not necessarily held by the city. They are in bad shape, and maybe they need brownfields cleanup, or they're buildings that need to, that are in really bad shape, potentially need to come down, or they're fire damaged. But they're in strategic locations that are really valuable to the city and to our residents and visitors. So we need to be. I think what Portland did there is they became a destination because there was a vision by the community and by the leaders to make something happen there. And we can do that too. And I won't, like I said, I won't be specific to sites, but there is some sites in the city. I think that would be ones that you could talk about and how we can leverage those to do these really exciting things. Beyond the marina, the marina has really good bones there, but there's other areas that need some, that, I wouldn't say that necessarily the marina is our quarry, Kevin, because it's already really established as something. We're taking something that I think that it is really an asset, but not, people can't see it as an asset, and really turning it around and change it to something else.
So I'm going to go back to Paul's structure slide here, and the marina to you is continuing stalled efforts, not advantaging a new opportunity, right? So you're saying that the marina is a valid asset for us to continue efforts on, but that there's something else out there in our city's landscape that's an opportunity that we could advantage or pivot to, without getting too specific about what those might be.
That's what I heard too. That's what I heard too.
Okay,
it's
Stacy.
An asset we have, but it's something that we could, absolutely. Where do we want to go with those assets? And to your original question, Kevin, what is our version of the quarry? And it's like, what is the domino that we should first put down? And sometimes it might not be the one asset that has the greatest ability to bring us the most people, but how do we get that first domino to fall, the first trickle of new people to consider Norwich differently, what would that look like? It'd be, you know, a little investment that would start the flow of people rethinking how they think about Norwich
Right.
as a
Right.
destination rather than a
Right.
drive-through.
I'm gonna leverage the co-mediator role and go backwards and say I didn't put a aspirational resource unconstrained thing on that slide in the first round, but I went back and added one. And by way of story, and Stacy, I see you have your hand up, so right after I get done flapping my jaws, I'll come to you. And Chris, your hand is up. I think your arm's just tired because it's been up for about 20 minutes, right? So I've told this story a handful of times, and I'll tell it really fast. But 7 days before I took this job, I was sitting on Main Street in Middletown, outside of a Turkish restaurant, having lunch on a sunny Saturday afternoon. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm going to Norwich. Why can't Norwich look and feel like this? And almost in that exact same moment, 8 students from Wesleyan walked by me, and I said, well, there you go. That's the vibrancy, is the presence of this younger population that's shopping and retailing, all those kinds of things. So resource unconstrained and just a good idea fairy moment. If we could have a college or university, or even let's just distill it down even simpler, student or tech training presence in the downtown, I think that could move the ball from a vibrancy standpoint. And the reason I bring that up in this moment with what we're talking about is I'm still on let me go back to the slide we're on, the things we're talking about. I'm on the whole downtown and reutilization of buildings thing. And I think that we have opportunities downtown to do something like that. And I'll just, in the business confidential side of this conversation, say that I am engaged in some conversations to potentially get something like that moving. Stacy, you had your hand up now for a little bit. I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. So some of the things that I've heard in the last 20 minutes, downtown landlords, they have or downtown developers have good intentions, but sometimes their execution is poor. So that's why I strongly support the vanilla box idea, that we have to have a guide for them to go by. The marina, it's a tremendous asset. It's been poorly managed, and we need to find a great manager, because the city should not be managing the marina. That's not our strong suit. Talk about parking. I think we have adequate parking. It's underutilized because we have to change the mindset of people. When you go to Boston, you're happy to find a parking garage, and then you walk the 2 blocks, 3 blocks to your destination. Norwich is the land of steady habits. We want to pull up in front, go in, spend our hour dining, and go out to our car that's parked right out in front. We have to change the mindset of people to use those parking garages and walk, because they may walk by a store or a restaurant that they didn't know was there. They're always parking in front of a certain building. And when you talk about retail, we have limited shopping venues. There's no place in Norwich really to go buy a pair of shoes, or and I'm going to date myself by saying that, we don't have a bookstore. Those are some of the things that I think of that, our venues that we have for shopping, and I'm not disparaging TJ Maxx or Walmart, but those, you want to, if Deanna and I are going out to dinner or to a fancy party, we can't go in Norwich and buy a dress. We have to go elsewhere or get on the computer. And to Kevin's point about feet on the street, we should have put the stadium in the college downtown, but that ship has sailed. But maybe we can have technical or something in the downtown that puts younger people's feet on the street who want to go into these little sort of bodegas, look around, go to eat, go have a cocktail, So those are just some of my thoughts after listening to what was said today. Thank you.
Very cool. So if we're still on where are we now, which is really, as you guys were talking about your aspirational goals, everything you were saying was going into my head with the, what is missing? What is there now? What are they underutilizing? And so the list, continues to be kind of revamped a little bit as to, just even that thing about parking being initially I heard as perhaps an issue, and now I'm hearing it is more of an attitude than it is a actual parking space availability issue, and how we use it. And I know in various cities they have done a fair amount of work at not just, let's say, people like to valet park and then they walk around a little bit. And you look at the Baltimore. I don't know if you ever went into the Inner Harbor there. That was again one of those underperforming, go back 30 years, not utilized at all. And it wasn't a destination in any way, shape, or form. And it became one. And, they did a lot of things with making sure that people could easily access that. And then once they're there, not have to worry, not think about their car, because they could walk around because there's a lot of things to go do. So, and they did that through, parking venues, but also valet parking venues. And downtown Hartford does a fair amount of that with its venues. So there's a lot of ways to, I guess, skin that cat. But if we have, so do we have I guess my question, it sounds like we have buildings. They are in reasonable, people are, have ownership of them and are trying to develop them or not. We have restaurants. It sounds like we have a fair number. Doesn't sound like, but I don't know. Do we have a vibrant restaurant community that is doing well, but could be doing a lot better if we found a way to bring more people there? Or is it just kind of okay? I guess that's my question as to the as is, because I heard about shopping. It's TJ Maxx and Walmart. So,
Terrell has his hand up, so it's either a comment on your question or maybe something else that he's wanting to get to.
All right, Terrell, go for it.
So just kind of to chime into the conversation, I kind of want to go, I mean, it's on this topic, but I also want to go back to the thinking of what we started well over an hour ago. And one of the things that, centralized to this overall piece of how we operate is also changing to a mindset of how we promote regionally. So becoming better partners with communities like New London, Groton, Preston, the tribes, working to promote each other's assets. Because I think one of the things that we talk about is we've got individuals from all of those different markets that are living in Norwich or have an occupancy while working in some of those surrounding communities. And I think one of the things that you look at resource-wise with some of the other communities around the country is Norwich is not going to fit every single asset into our community, but we benefit from having some of those other assets around us, the casinos and, Ocean Beach and, the colleges and things of that sort. It's how we utilize those other communities as partners to bring people to Norwich for specific driven activities. So, I think it's looking at that. I look at an area like New London has Conn College, Mitchell College. We've got Three Rivers. You've got UConn, Avery Point. You've got Eastern up the road in Wyndham. All of these communities and college students do travel. So I think and we have some of those small tech places, but I think us utilizing them as regional partners and driving a focus is going to be a key piece to the overall piece. But I think that's one of the parts that may have been left out of that conversation that we were having before, is how we also continue to grasp regional partners to driving them to the assets that we have around here. And then just the other comment, when we talk about, festivals and things of that sort, it's how we make it work within that traffic pattern piece as well. But you are seeing how it fits within the landscape of overall promotion. So I think one of the other big pieces, I look at the St. Patrick's Day festival or parade, and part of it is how do we get all of our businesses on a train of promoting every event, and them feeling that they also can benefit from the events and activities that we have downtown. So there are a lot of little pieces to the larger planning of that, whether it be having things on the menu that are an accent to the activity that's occurring, and all of those other little things. But I think there are ways to grow within those little small areas. But I think a lot of these things, when we talk about bringing them and doing them, also from a regional standpoint, we look at assets and opportunities to utilize some of our other surrounding communities to make some of these things happen.
Well, if you don't mind, I just have one question for you. And I'm glad you brought up the regional, collaboration of various towns working together. Do we do that in any way that if you could pinpoint one event or one time when those towns, New London, with other places, work collaboratively with you in a very, very good way? Is there one example that in our here and now that we are currently doing that well, that you can point to? Is there one event or one way that you see those towns doing it?
Well, I think one of the things, you look at some of the major events that come to the region. I'll give an example of SailFest. SailFest, of course, it's in New London, benefits them greatly. We have a handful of our businesses that sometimes go down as vendors. A lot of our residents go down to benefit it, and they benefit from the large group of individuals going there. When we have Rock the Docks, we have individuals from other communities that come up the river to see what we have going on here. I think it's just depending on how we utilize some of those things. I think there are opportunities for things to happen. I look at in the hot days in the summer, Ocean Beach is full, and individuals may go down there to go to the beach. And you think about it, a lot of those individuals have to pass through Norwich in order to get to New London. So on that way, again, that part of some of our routes being gateways, they have to pass back through here to get home. So them stopping in our community to dine, to possibly lodge, to visit some of our assets are huge. And I look at some of the projects and things that we've got going. I also look at another major asset being Mohegan Park. You've got not only the beach, you've got pavilions. We've got the disc golf piece. As you continue to blossom some of those things, it becomes an asset. But I would say that those are some of the ways that it kind of benefits our community and theirs.
Got it. All right. So that's kind of what I was wondering, because I had a feeling that there was at least a history of and some experience with, working, as a collaborative little area of the state that is attractive, so that it's not like we have to kind of we have to teach people new behaviors in other towns to work with us in some sort of collaborative way. It just is happening organically, just because people, like you say, they're going to the Mohegan Sun, or they're going to the beach, and they have to drive through or on the way there or the way back. So they do stop. It happens, but it's not necessarily, so we don't have to worry about teaching them to play nice in the sandbox. They do, and we do. Hopefully we do too.
So as a note taker, Paul, I just want to make sure I heard your question, Darrell's answer correctly, and then that I'm not drawing the wrong kind of conclusion. You asked about regional collaboration,
Yep.
and that led to a conversation about SailFest as an example of a regional draw. At least that's how I heard it.
Yep.
There's a lot of conversation here, but that's one of the things I pulled out of that. And if that's accurate, then my question to the collective is, and I don't know if I'm breaking a rice bowl or kicking over a rock for something that people don't want to consider or talk about. But, when I was a young kid, Rose Arts was the thing. The Rose Arts Festival was the thing. And whether it's the branding of the name, given what we talked about earlier about the Rose City, or the actual event and the draw that it was, is it unrealistic for us to consider the Rose Arts Festival as an opportunity to bring that sort of regional draw through an event back to Norwich? This could be a quick, fail fast moment where people say, yeah, that's old news. No, we're never going to be able to be there again. Or is it something that we could leverage? I don't know.
You're on the ball. You're on the ball as to that. That's a perfect opportunity. And that's a way to continuously have events happening within the region to draw individuals, not only to Norwich, but the region. So you're on track.
Good.
So this way, I'm glad we did, I'm glad we've moved in the direction we have, and we started with aspirational, what is your one thing? And now we're moving back a little bit to, and again, not to make it redundant, but just to figure out, is there some other stuff that we did not think about as assets that we have? What is our now moment? And I'm glad that, Kevin, you've been kind of, as you see an opportunity to put this here, but you also then change some of our, that first slide that we created, you're adapting it to include some other things. So if you want to put in, if you haven't already, I'm trying to think whether I saw you do that or not, but your thought about that one other thing you might do, I would add that in now to that final slide that you started with, and include other events, because we now talked about taking advantage of a holiday event that we close roads and bring people to us. And now you've talked about revisiting something that was probably something known as the city thing that we long ago stopped, and no one could even tell us why it stopped or when it stopped or how it stopped, but it did, and now we can bring it back as your aspirational moment. So it's a good question for us to make sure we don't lose sight of that.
Comment, welcome. You asked about the Rose Arts, why it ended.
Yeah.
Costs. It was losing six figures annually towards the end. The competition for getting acts to come that were the draw. And this is not a criticism, it's just the marketplace changed with the advent of both casinos. The cost for the acts increased. And there was a decision made by whatever council it was at that time, I can't recall, late 90s, that it was something not to be borne by the taxpayers at the end of the day. So I would love myself to see that come back, whether it's 2 weeks or 1 week, I don't know. But the issue still is, if it is to be brought back, then it has to be a realization that it has to be something that the city intends to invest in. And maybe it's not for a direct return on investment, a dollar figure it by itself, but also the benefit to the community, the benefit for the publics itself. I mean, talk to Ken Keeley, who has a book about the Rose Arts Festival. That was something that kept Norwich on the map every year. I grew up in Rhode Island in the summers, and the people I grew up with from mostly all Massachusetts, and they would ask us when the Rose Arts are starting, who's going to be there. And that was something they had a dialogue with beyond the state borders, is what I'm getting at. It was large enough, grand enough that it could create that kind of buzz. But again, it takes the will, the political will, to see it as an investment for the community. People talk about community strength and benefits to the community, and sometimes you can't have a tangible return on that, but does it meet that test? Past practice would tell you it did, but that still remains to be seen. It also ties up a lot of city resources, police, fire, public works, all the above. That was your workforce. It also was on a historic green, Chelsea Parade. No permanent structures can ever be erected on that. I only mention that because a tent is allowed. But then again, that's a resource. We're not even sure it doesn't exist anymore. I'm told it's in a warehouse in Taftville, packed up. I don't know if that's even true. That's some of the law that's developed as the Rosarts went away.
Wow. A lot of good
But-
folklore there.
Well, you had, when it started, not to focus only on anything but bands, Charlie Daniels Band, Brooklyn Bridge, Four Tops, you had country stars come in, you had
Yeah.
WrestleMania, if that's your cup of tea. It was my son's when he was little, not anymore. There was a large variety. You had the arts show on the closing Sunday. Your Rotary societies were very active with all of that. It was the single event in Norwich that brought many civic organizations together for a common purpose, and they returned year after year after year.
So maybe that's one of those things that you kind of, I don't know that it becomes our first domino moment, but it certainly sounds like, for some time into the future, it could be a domino, don't know, but it's certainly something that is an as-is moment that I would never have heard about, I'm sure. But it might be one of those where you consider that into some future state, investigate how else could you configure that so that it would kind of be a new revisited, reformatted, revisioned, event that takes us back to our history and does something really wonderful. Who knows?
It's actually had a rebirth on a one-day event for a couple years, and then COVID hit and shut it down.
Wow.
Right now, it is scheduled to return to Chelsea Parade for one day, and it's in June of this summer. I
Wow.
don't have the date in front of me, but there is a group of people, volunteers, that tried to resurrect it on a small scale basis, being mindful of costs and everything else. Provided the numbers keep coming down, and I hate to refer to them all the time, but there is a day's event of Rose Arts festivities scheduled right now and in the planning stages.
Cool.
Same site, no big top.
So that's almost like at this point, it's a where are we now moment as opposed to an aspirational event. Taking it to a different place would be a different thing, but it sounds like the where are we now, this does exist. It did exist and it still kind of does exist, reborn in a new format of some form or fashion, but certainly something that is part of our where are we now that could end up becoming a little bit more aspirational in terms of what we might want to do with it, going forward. This could be this one itty bitty domino that falls right now where we have the one day event and measure its value to the community as a whole.
I hope I didn't distract the conversation with all of that, but if there's one thing that came out of that that's relevant to this where are we now conversation, obviously all the things you just drew around it, Paul, but in the middle of that whole conversation was when the mayor said, and I think I kind of experienced this as a kid, you couldn't go to Massachusetts and not have somebody ask you about the Rose Arts Festival. So it was a thing of some value to the city and, the city's elevator pitch and the city's presence and vibrancy and all those things. So I would not want us to get too anchored now to that. Is there anything else maybe that we need to talk about on the where are we now side of the conversation?
Swearing G has his hands up.
I'm sorry.
Yep. So I actually completely agree with Peters. There should be some kind of feasibility study. And actually, sometime I think we as a city should also do some feasibility study on different bigger developments that comes to our city. How they're going to impact us in the next 20 years. Is that a good development? Is that a bad development? Because each development will impact us in one way or another. Second thing to the Paul's question, what kind of community we are. So we are a very diverse community, actually. Even in our Norwich Public School, we have recognized over 33 languages. So we have a lot of folks from different nationality, different faith groups, so this is also an asset. And we used to have a Celebrate Diversity event right in the Howard Brown Park, which got a good traction, So that's something also should be looked into. I think it was first started by the Rotary Club and some civic organizations get together. So I don't think so it has any tangible cost to the city. Of course, we have to provide services whenever there is any major gathering. But this is something we can look into because it was attached with different cultural dance and display of different, one time we have it's called Gatka. So it was a Sikh martial art display. So it's like different things. And also when it comes to ethnic food, so we do have restaurants in downtown from different ethnic background, but it could be promoted more. So there is a potential. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
So I do like that, to me, every time someone comes up with something unique, so I do believe in that unique value proposition thinking, where what is different about Norwich, and you just added another entire wrinkle about just the depth of diversity that is, again, maybe not, unique doesn't mean that's the only one, but it does mean that it is something that does separate you from a fair number of others in a particular area. So unique doesn't have to be only, so you're not the only city that has probably a fair amount of diversity in it, but it is something that is unique enough at this point that it does bear on, let's say, your ability to think of it as a value that you can share with other people and promote as a value. And the proposition being that, you celebrate it. And as a result of celebrating that uniqueness and the value it brings, there's an opportunity there. There's a real opportunity. It's a strength because it's unique to Norwich. So I'm glad you brought that up.
If I can spin off of that just very, very briefly, I told most of the folks that are on this call, actually Suki told most of the folks that are on this call that as we move into this next year of executing Global City Norwich programs, we will have a working lab. And the last round of working lab was focused on street apparel. And new guy, again, right, asking a lot of questions. Why did we decide that was the thing? Doesn't really matter, right? It provided an opportunity for folks that had an interest in that industry to experience the industry, to get some entrepreneurial motivation, to get some business framework education, and it has resulted in a couple of folks actually getting out of the blocks and now having their own street apparel business. The theme for this year's working lab, and I'll test this on you guys, and again, this is, look, we've got bigger fish to fry, right? We've got a business park and a grand list and other things, but just to tie all these points together, this year's theme of the working lab is in fact going to be the food and beverage industry. And we want to find and provide access in the spirit of what Global Cities Norwich is about. Those folks that are interested in bringing their cultural connection or not, but their food and beverage desires as an entrepreneur to the working lab to learn and grow and become a business somewhere in the city. So I think there's a thread of continuity here in this conversation that Global City Norwich is intended to break down barriers for ethnic groups to enter into the business environment. This year, we're trying to use food and beverage as the vehicle for that. And so now you're all aware of that, now for the second time for most of you. And, if you've got thoughts, ideas, considerations, please help us ferret out the folks who would benefit from that. And then maybe that results in something that we're talking about, which is another ethnic restaurant out on the street, or another, or 3 more, or whatever. So that was kind of a pitch for Global Cities and what we're trying to do, but I wanted to tie it into what we just talked about. Deanna's got her hand up.
So just to add on to what you were saying, Kevin, I think that's amazing and wonderful. I think we need to locate the businesses and the restaurants throughout, again, all those different sections of the city. We need to put some on East Main Street. We need to put some in Greenville, and whatever we need to do to make that happen so they're interested in going there. We need to spread out the restaurants beyond downtown, get people out to these different areas of the city. And if that means vanilla boxing those areas, to get those specific spaces ready to go, I think that would be a great idea with the money. I just really, We need people to get into Greenville, go on Central Avenue, East Main Street, Ockham, we have, some more in there. Just kind of Norwich Town, another restaurant in the Norwich Town area, maybe in, one of the historic older homes or something, that's on a commercial street, to really like just kind of capture all those flavors of the city, So that's my comment.
Thank you. Okay, just to make sure we don't chase food, is there anybody sitting out there with a whole different point on the as-is condition of our city that we should be considering and talking about?
This is the mayor. As we are right now, we're working on individual projects like downtown locations like the Reed and Hughes. We're trying to resurrect that once again. It fits the description that well over an hour ago, Joe started talking about retail, commercial first floor, residential above. And I wanted to say then that I agreed with him. But one of the things, and I'm going to go back to Jason Vincent, he took a look at downtown as one pilot as to how we could connect buildings, not just street level, but upper level areas as well, with elevated concourses, connecting buildings, shared elevators, shared stairwells. He even, and this may sound off the wall, but it was doable. It just took a lot of political will and capital to connect with handicap ramps, Church Street and the corner of Main Street and by the church there, Castle Church. We have Broadway and Main. You could even have handicap ramps built within that area. Now that seems really extravagant, but shared elevators, things of that nature, because the buildings in downtown are so on top of each other. And then that means opening up walls, having agreements between the landlords and those who own the properties. But that then makes the upper floors accessible. And that's always been a big problem in downtown Norwich: accessibility, ADA compliance. Not everybody can afford to put an elevator in their small building. They never get a return on that investment because the square footage, no matter how many stories high, is just not enough. Is that a role for the city? That was a question that Jason brought to us before he left us, but I still think it's a question that needs to be answered because it has value in that. If you look at the Old People's Bank, you look at the Harp and Dragon, that 3,000 square foot outdoor deck up and back, terraced into the hill. The People's Bank actually's elevator system can access that at the same level simply by adding some elevated walkways over some rough terrain between buildings and things like that. And I think it was figured out by adding another elevator, you could actually unite 13 buildings along that block now with access to upper floors by having shared elevator space. It's that kind of concept. We never came down with a final answer on that. Jason raised it. I think it's worthy of exploring as we go forward, because then that positions those properties owned by multiple different owners to have more viability in populating those. And that's what Joe was talking about a while ago. How do we get people, for example, in downtown, living in downtown, sufficient volume of feet on the street to support the more retail, more commercial, the existing restaurants and other restaurants? It's catch-22. Do you have the event? Do you have the site? Or do you have the people living there? And I think we need to do more of exploring how we populate the upper floors. The 42 market rate apartments of Upper Main Street, when they get unstuck, that will help that. This Reed and Hughes is a small area, but it's 17 market rate apartments. Combined, you're looking at almost 60 market rate apartments in downtown now, something that's probably lacking. They have more disposable income. Building on that kind of a thought process. We are right now with inadequate access to those upper floors. How do we make it possible? Some of these owners of these properties will never have the capital to do that. Now, should we then consider an interior access way, a causeway or an elevator to be a city responsibility? I'd only ask that because we have the ARP funds in our hands now. We could probably never ask that question, but we have additional resources now. that could be brought to play if we have, again, the political will to unite around that total concept, which could be, in some respects, help us address the whole downtown. That's about a 1 square mile block of invested area down there, following old city roads and Indian trails, was what I've always been told. Its configuration isn't perfect, but it's what we are.
So Deanna had her hand up, I think, in response to a lot of what you said there, Mr. Mayor. I'll just say that, you know, I've jokingly said to folks, these last 6 months, there's been a lot of important topics that have come to my attention, and then there's been a lot of white noise, and the white noise has been, we don't have any parking and we have too many ADA accessibility requirements we can't develop. That if I could put it in a nutshell, that those constraints seem to pop out of a lot of folks' mouths in the white noise of day-to-day stuff. I'm going to hand it over to Deanna with a potential primer, which is the plan of conservation and development, and I probably butchered the name, is on the table as something that we have to review anyway. And I think Deanna would say provides us an opportunity to take a look at things like what you just described. Deanna.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to say, Kevin. We're going to be working on the plan. Thank you to the council for assigning who is going to be working on the group that's going to be working on the plan of conservation development. It is due in the summer of 2023. If this is not an immediate decision of the council to go forward with looking at these ramps and the connection of buildings downtown, that could absolutely be included in the plan of conservation and development, which is our strategic goals for the next 10 years. Our last plan was a little bit generic in the sense that it was very general, so it didn't have really that many specific goals and criteria, and I think it was done that way to be able to have a lot of flexibility. But the downside of that is it didn't give you some real things to put your teeth into over those 10 years. So I also wanted to say that I did work with Jason on this when this came up before with his idea, and we did meet with an architectural firm who actually met with us. We walked behind the buildings up on Church Street and looked at how they connect down to Main Street and Broadway, and actually did the visual and a walkthrough behind there as much as we could to see how this connecting walkway, just so everyone understands, it would be cross easements and having a wooden or some kind of structured walkway behind these buildings that would allow you to have access on upper floors from behind the buildings to be able to get in through other buildings and to take elevators that way too. So it was just kind of just an idea and a concept. I'm not saying nothing is an impossibility by any chance. It's a difficult concept because of the number of easements that are required in the participation. And if you don't get one or two of those owners to agree or say they have their hand out saying, we want quite a bit of money to be involved in this, it could stall that whole idea and concept. So that was one of the sticking points. However, it was a creative way to be able to get from one building to the other, and the exterior on the upper floors, as well as being able to share elevators in buildings. So those ramps, again, would be behind the building. So you take an elevator up in one building, kind of take a handicap accessibility across the back of another building and get into your building that way. So that's kind of what the concept was. And it was
low-hanging fruit, Deanna.
Sure.
Jeff Lord owns 213 to 243 Main Street. He owns the Strand Building 207. He himself has looked at putting an elevator on the back of 243, 235, 213, elevated concourse going across over to the second floor of the Strand Building. He controls those three buildings himself. That could serve as a possible pilot if there was an agreement made. And I hate to talk about someone who's not on this call, but I've had so many discussions with him on how to populate those upper floors. And I happen to know that Catherine Lord, his sister, who is now engaged in discussions with doing just that, getting those upper floors above 235, 13, and 243 Main Street populated, occupied. So there may be an opportunity to have this discussion with one particular property owner down there who could actually get it done with us, and if we have the will to do it. And I haven't talked to him in a couple of years about this, and show others it can be done and it can work. I mean, there are some opportunities there right now.
I would say, Mr. Mayor, that we're probably just pushing the envelope a little bit on decision making and allocating. But as an example, it is a good example, and I can tell you that conversation has been revived to the degree that we've involved some folks to do diligence on that and make a real assessment of the value that could come from a project like that. And importantly, you know, from an optics and aesthetics standpoint, you're talking about a second and third floor and a couple of buildings that overlook that beautiful roundabout that was just built, and it could create some connectivity and extra value for that work that was done. If somebody could, for example, have a second floor business or second floor residential location that overlooks the center of the city. So that was a long way of saying I agree, but we should hold that as a topic for future ARP expenditures as we rack and stack priorities, draw a cut line, and see what we can fund and can't fund.
Thank you, Kevin. I just wanted the other council members to be aware that those discussions have started again, as you shared them with me just the other day.
Right.
Right. So it sounds like we've targeted and at least focused our efforts around a couple of interesting initiatives that are populating here as a result of where are we now, and kind of like what is it that is potentially possible to move into. We're coming on to another. Is everyone, let's say, do one break shortly, if you can kind of come back to, I don't know if you can send this out as well, Kev.
I can, yes. And I just want to make a pitch one more time for Deanna's work with the POCD, because I don't know, Deanna, haven't been in a round of it with you yet. This will be my first round with you, but I would think that this has been maybe a little bit helpful as a primer for the conversation, right? And just invite everybody else to understand that work's about to happen, and further inputs, right, are accepted.
Absolutely. And there'll be lots of public scoping meetings. We'll be going out to the community to ask for their input of what they want to see. But there's requirements in the plan of conservation development, specifically economics, specifically for open space and conservation, specifically I believe about transportation. So there's areas that we have to touch on that's required by the state of Connecticut to handle. So we will be touching on all those, but we also want to expand on that. We have a little bit on historic assets, a little bit about placemaking. We really want to expand on those sections too. And this is where the public and the council's involvement is going to be really critical. Affordable housing is really important. The city is required to do an affordable housing plan. Even though we are way over the numbers that are required for affordable housing, every community in the state with the new legislation has to have one done by this summer. And we're already working on that with community development and the Norwich Housing Authority, and to get that document created to bring to the council for their consideration. And again, we will be asking the public, going out to the public for comments and an informational on that once it's been prepared. But affordable housing is a component that has to be in the plan of conservation development. So these are many, many topics, and it covers a lot of areas that we've been discussing today. So, and we can be somewhat specific on goals, or we can be, fairly smooth them over and make it big picture and not be specific. And we'll kind of figure that out as we go along. It's going to be a very engaging and involved process.
So that sounds like that's something that's actually already moving in place, and you already have thoughts about how we're going to execute on how we're going to build that around, correct? So I hate to say it as a done deal, but it is something that you're in the planning stages to do, and you've made a commitment from a focus standpoint to go after that.
Well, it's statutorily required every 10 years, and ours is from 2013, and it doesn't make sense to change the regulations of the city drastically to incorporate the things we're talking today until the plan is done, because you're really kind of, reacting and not really, small changes to the regulations, but whole zone changes and really being very forward thinking is probably better to happen after the plan of conservation and development. But yes, it is in the initial stages of discussion. We'll be looking for funding through the council for a consultant to assist us with some more of the technical aspects to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's and get that accepted by the state once it's prepared.
Okay. If there's no other additional kind of thoughts that, well, I'm going to ask for additional thoughts that people have on the where are we now kind of place that we've not brought up. But if is there any other additional thoughts or specific things that are really resonating with the what is Norwich now moment? Because if not, I think what we could do is, if you could, again, Kevin, send this to us in an email format. And then when we come back, if you go back to the other site, when you come back, I think we're going to have to do that due diligence. We've done a lot of very good thought process around, what do we want to do and how do we, but we haven't really made decisions. And I think this is where do we want to go is really where we have to put that discipline to the task here of making sure that we look at we've got a lot of good direction, a lot of good ideas on the table. You have to, at this point, say, let's put them in rank order, if nothing else. Which ones are, the top three, which ones are the next three, which ones are the last three. And so, so rather than rank order, that becomes very hard. Number one, number two, let's put, top, I don't care, whatever structure makes some sense for us as we move forward on that. What are the top three things that we want to move towards? And if each of you can kind of think of your top three, that would give us perhaps some focus as to the where we want to go moments. Does that make some sense for everybody?
Yeah, can I also throw this possible suggestion out as well? Instead of, because there are, we've talked about a lot of different ideas, instead of possibly going, because some of the ideas are correlated together with one helping the other, thinking of it in maybe a 3-tier system. So 3 tiers of working ideas or what needs to be grouped together, because I think that may benefit the greater conversation of how to organize things. Thinking of it possibly in a tiered system rather than a number order system, if you get what I'm getting at.
So that, we're on the same page, Terrell. I think it's like, rather, because if we start to number them, one, oh, this is my one, or that's my one. I don't want to do that because that becomes a little bit, I don't think it's productive. But I do agree with you. If we can kind of put, let's say, bucket them into, all right, these are my top, and I don't want to make it 3, but let's make it some reasonable number so that we kind of like make it your top. So we asked everybody to give one idea, we gave 3. So all right, cool. It's really not, there's no magic bullet moment so much as what are our top, you pick the number, all right, what are the top ones that you feel you want to have us do? What would be your top 3? What would be your top 4? What would be your top of the bucket? We really need to pat this in the plan. That would be my top. And then some others, like you say, it'd be nice to bring them, forward some other time or maybe in some other moment, but we don't want to lose them completely. And I don't think we're going to lose any of these, but just kind of like which ones are your top of bucket, which ones are middle bucket, which ones are, sometime in the future, that'd be cool if we could do it kind of bottom bucket. So think that way. So I'm going to give you all that. Let's take a break, do it, send it. And given the first handout that Kevin sent to all of us, and given the one that he is thinking about, that sent the ones that we just created now to us, we should be able to kind of come up with a collaborative moment where we all, and what I'm hearing a lot from the entire group is a more consensus around where we think our opportunities are and where we believe we have some strengths that are underutilized. So that's really cool. That as this meeting has unfolded, I'm hearing a lot more agreement around that than disagreement. And that just says, the town of the city of Norwich has some real potential for having you guys create a vision of your future that is both collective and powerful. So let's go do that. So Kevin, I know what you're creating now. So if you can send that, you can send, this page. So
Yep.
we'll have the original page that you sent to us. You'll have this page, and you'll
Right.
have the one you just created. And again,
Right.
I'm not going to put a number on it, 1, 2, 3 for that, but don't have to number them. If they're on the top list for you, then that's top list. If they're on the middle list, that's middle list, and things to think about later. That's what that is too. All right. Does that make sense? You pick the number. And let's take another 15-minute break. So that would make us back at 5 past.
See you then.
Good.
I'll try to get these sent around here as quick as I can.
All right. So we'll take a 15-minute break. Again, stay on the Zoom, and when you come back, just revisit and wave, and we'll be there. Kevin?
All right, Paul, I just pushed send.
All right, okay. You're the only one that doesn't get the 15-minute break, but then again,
It
kind of
was,
neither one of us. This is
It's all right.
the role of co-facilitating, right? Is
it's
that,
all right. I ate last in the mess hall line my whole life.
there you go.
Hey,
Yeah,
look, I couldn't, there's no way I could possibly have kind of put text in the body of the email. So this time I just made it an attachment and sort of aggregated all of what we did. And you see how I built that chart. I thought it might be a good way to push the conversation, right? To find near term, midterm, and long term goals
Exactly,
and
yeah.
objectives.
exactly.
And then matrixed against where we're trying to make the impact. Are we trying to revitalize a city? Are we trying to generate revenue? Or are we trying to impact the life of our residents? And look, it becomes one of those conversations, right? Well, it's this one and it's that one, and we'll figure that out, right? We'll stick them in a box, knowing that they might bleed into other boxes, right?
Beautiful.
All right.
Because you know, as I love the conversation that actually has unfolded with this team. I'm very, very pleased that, you know, the thoughts that are coming to the table are all the kind of thoughts that fall into one of these kind of buckets, right? So it's not like one is at the expense of the other. The residents, you know, how their quality of life of being a resident of Norwich, you know, how does it feel to be a resident of Norwich? How do we make their choice to live here something that they are proud and happy to have made? Even if it's something that, you know, they're here for a while, they decided to stay, you know, how do we keep them happy with that decision? And that's a cool thing to be making sure that we address those. And I've heard that from this group, and, you know, obviously attention to revenue, you know, sometimes it can be either revenue generating or, you know, longer term revenue generating. So some things that might cost the city money, but actually put money into the businesses of Norwich that make new businesses come and show up. You know, it's hard to sometimes quantify that revenue stream that flows out, but we don't really quantify clearly as well the money that comes in. How do we do that? So sometimes it takes that wisdom of the people around this table that know that, yeah, it's costing the city money, but you know, it really isn't. And when you look at the real net return on that investment, comes back in a different line item. And then going back to just revitalizing the city. I almost hate to say city revitalizing. It's kind of like vitalizing the city, because the city is a vital city, right? It's some of the stuff that we talked about is taking something that was and putting it back in space, but some of it is, it's a vital city. It just needs to really continue to be vital, to have a value. It's really kind of cool, which is kind of where you've been. You went to both places, things that are working really well and could be working even better, and things that are no longer working as well as we like them to do, and make it a vital destination. So cool. I like it, Kev.
All right. What time did you call for us to be back in?
5
Now?
past.
5 past? I'll be right back.
Yep, you got 5. You got 5.
Paul, can you please check your participants list and see if there's, Deanna's trying to call in.
Okay, hold on. I think I just allowed. You there?
Yep, there she is.
There, we're good?
Thank you.
Yeah, this is kind of like, Kev, we talked about when we get to this is kind of where I think, just to stock the pond even more a little bit, or not, just to at least know that these are at least things that have, pretty much paralleled some of the conversation that we've had for sure. But I think this is the place that we need to kind of put this on the table too.
Okay. Are we back in session?
We should be. I'm hoping everybody is here. All right.
Okay.
I think everybody is. Hello. This is the only thing about the virtual world where we basically said everybody stay on the Zoom. I don't know whether they're physically there or not, but I think I see everybody give a wave so that we know you're there. All right, or at least I think I see pretty much. There we go. We see waving. All right.
Okay. Well, so look, Paul just said, this would be good to stock the pond, just to ensure that we're talking about all things. And as often happens in these conversations, we ran a couple of trap lines and took things down to a granular level. But I just wanted to use this just to, not to reset the conversation, but to make sure that we know that, as Paul just said, in parallel, like there is a reality on our side at NCDC about what is most occupying our attention and why. And we will make sure that these priorities of work that we have thread into everything else that we've talked about today. But as for those of you that were at the board meeting, there was a slide right behind this one that had priorities D through Z, and then priorities AA, double B, and double C. There are a lot of other individual projects and things that we touch on a daily basis that pull at our attention. But the purpose of me creating this construct was so that every day when we come to work at NCDC, we remember that if a minute goes by and we haven't spoken with each other about A, B, or C, something's wrong, because these are the things that are really going to help revitalize the city and turn vacant, dark tenant space into active retail space. These are the things that are going to create, that was all about American Rescue Plan. These are things that are going to create utility revenues. That's both Business Park North and the cannabis industry. We're talking about users, utility users that will bring on their own 4 megawatts of energy demand, 7 megawatts of energy demand, upwards of 8 megawatts, maybe even more. And those utility revenues are undeniably a large part of what we should be looking at when it comes to the economic development of the city. And so anything and everything we can do to attract those customers and not have barriers to entry, but be open to development possibilities. These are the things that are really going to move the ball from a pure economic development standpoint. A lot of what we talked about today was community development, where economic is a subset of it or a driver of it. But from a pure economic development standpoint, just know that these 3 things are going on in the background. And if they come into this follow-on conversation that we close out here today, that's great. If they don't worry, because these are moving and happening. And so that's just the pitch to make sure that you saw that these were part and parcel of where we want to go and what we're going to do, part of the conversation. Paul.
Perfect. So yeah, because I was very pleased that in the break, I don't know if all of you were, any of you were back in or not, but I was saying how pleased I was with, the conversation that has opened up, where, Kevin's chart here kind of reflects on what's actually happened in the meeting, where, the focus has not been, very narrow and myopic. Instead, it's been inclusive, and it's been about these 3 buckets. You've talked about improving, the city itself and looking at assets we have that are underperforming. And I even said to Kevin in the break, I said, it's almost like, I hate to call it revitalizing, although there were some that were about revitalizing, and some it was actually continuing the vitalization that is ongoing and and that's why that other slide. The other piece was, it was about revenue generating, and it really, in that, I want to make sure that you also spoke to things that would perhaps cost taxpayer money, but would actually fill the bucket on the other end with, revenue generating events that would impact, let's say, the business community or the population, feeling of quality of life. So if we can spend money to make individual residents' quality of life improve, then that's a worthwhile spend. And if it actually increases the viability of businesses so that more businesses come and more businesses thrive and more businesses stay, that becomes a revenue generating event, even though it might on the books appear to be a cost. It actually becomes a cost today, but a revenue tomorrow that is more sustaining. And then lastly, you talked about, the population, the people themselves, and what it means to be a resident of Norwich, and how does it feel to be a resident of Norwich, and how can we help people who choose to come and stay in Norwich as a resident, how can we improve their lives? So I'm very pleased that your conversation has actually spoke to each of those buckets very, very effectively and efficiently. And our mission now is to kind of pick, all right, which, and some of them to, to the slide there that you're looking at that chart. And I think it was Terrell that said that, some of these, actually bucket into, one thing, crosses all 3 of these, right? It just does. And some only 2 out of 3, and some are just only 1. But so I'm hoping that we can that'll help us as we narrow the field and pick which ones are we going to move towards in lockstep, first, second, third. So on that note, why don't we start, looking at everyone here getting a chance to say their buckets, the top, the top one, at least where that's where we want to start, the top bucket. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether you want to go last and play cleanup or go first and initiate, but I'll let you tell me which do you rather hear the collective wisdom of the team first and then kind of do cleanup, or did you want to?
I invite others to begin. I talked a lot during the last session, so I'm being cognizant of that as well.
Okay. All right. So let's go, Joe. As the pro tem, do you want to be the first up at bat?
Well, I'm just a little unclear of what you want from me.
Okay, so a little bit, if you can, or if you just want to talk it through as a group, we can. What are, when you look at all the places that we've kind of, talked through on the first list that we created, was almost like taking it to the end game. And you might, now having heard the collective wisdom of all others who you were unaware of before the meeting began, and now just the last conversation we had where we looked at some where are we now moments that clearly brought up some areas of interest. So if you look at your, and it doesn't have to be a fleshed out problem solved moment, but it's more or less like where would you of all the choices that we have from our if we had all the money all the time moment, is there something in there that, given our where are we now information that was shared, is there something that you would say, all right, you know what, here's the ones that we should be spending our time on? What are the top things? What's the number one thing that resonated in your head as we've spoken so far as we need to address that? This is one we can't leave today without making sure we have an absolute, it's not the plan we're looking for, it's the target. We have to make sure that we keep this as a target. So does that make it more sense?
Yep.
And then we'll kind of position it into whether it falls into any one of these three buckets that Kevin has identified. So it doesn't need to be bucketed, but what are the ones that we need to go after?
So I think the first thing that I would like to go after is something that is ongoing, and that's how we strike a balance on how we're going to use the ARPA money. All right, how we've already got our first round of funding somewhat allocated with some wiggle room. We've got a second round of funding that we need to develop a vision for, and it's striking that balance between a lot of what was said today, which is providing the amenities that our current residents want for the city, using money that we will never see again, essentially using free money. All right. And at the same time, striking the balance between that and finding those projects that are going to pay us dividends, long after all of us are done with our time serving the community, that are going to pay those dividends, both on the utility side and on the general fund. I mean, on the revenue side and the grand list side, into the future. I mean, we should be looking at, 1 decade down the road, 3 decades down the road, 5 decades down the road. This is really a once in a generation opportunity. So.
Joe, if I could ask you to just kind of, that's great that, we're talking about, using those funds, but maybe if we can just bucket it into where would those funds and other funds that we will, that we have access to and just where would you like us to focus that? if you had to pick on, let's say, an area, whether it be, the historical piece or the revitalized waterfront or, which of those, have the highest level of your interest? And if Joe's having, asked the question, well, I don't know exactly what you want from me, so maybe that wasn't clear, and I apologize for that. So let's, maybe I give everybody just a minute of reflection moment here to, take 5 minutes to, you're back from break, but now it's like do the work. So look at the list from the first handout that we got. Look at the list of areas that we want to penetrate into, from the where are we now moment, the waterfront, the retail, the flow, the whatever. Which ones of those do you feel we should focus on? If it's just an area, the waterfront, and then, okay, that's gonna be our first domino. That's what we need to pay our attention to. And then we can dig into maybe from the first thing that you guys did. Well, are there any kernels of opportunity in there that would be, would be a means? But that
So,
second
Paul,
piece,
I put that slide back up that you're referring to for everybody to stare at.
Yep.
And what you're describing right now is what I tried to do as best I could, right, in a very qualitative fashion, to try to batch things that everybody said with the highlights. So if it's green, and this is not bulletproof, right? But if it's green, it's sort of impact on residents. If it's yellow, it is more or less revitalization of the city and its assets, with a lot of focus on the waterfront and the marina, but other things too. And if it's blue, it's sort of the big project revenue generation kind of thing. It don't have to follow that, but that's where I took everybody's inputs and tried to sort of box them in the way that you're describing. It's, again, not bulletproof, not 100% accurate, but that's the kind of thing we're talking about here now. I think trying to say that, hey, listen, we want to put our priority behind X, Y, and Z, and it can be just X, or it can be X and Y, or it can be X, Y, and Z. And while I'm flapping my jaws, Paul, if you could admit Deanna one more time, she's trying to get back on via laptop.
oh yeah, so I see, sorry. Again, I focus on just below that screen line, and it's at the very, very top. So sorry. All right. So if it gets down to all right. So the list that we created at the very beginning, but also just even the second slide, the second thing so that page as well has more specific areas that we want to focus on. So I don't care if it's a area. This is, we need to put all hands on deck on the waterfront, all hands on deck on revitalizing the making it a destination for a restaurant. I don't care what. I'm not telling you what to pick, but it'd be kind of cool to identify a target of our interest, a target of our attention, a focus for what we want to work towards. So you don't have to have the actual how we're going to do it, but if you do have one that really resonates with you from the first exercise part, then fine. And you can say maybe not exactly that, but something akin to that, something similar to that, some variation or version of that would be kind of cool.
Yep,
Then
I got you.
go there.
So I would say the balance I was talking about is really the balance between the blue, the green, and the yellow. Yep. If I had to shrink it down one concentric circle, I'm going to say that my focus is first on the yellow, and then to tighten that next concentric circle, again, I turn my attention toward the waterfront and its connection to the downtown.
Perfect. All right. So that helps us kind of say, so if your focus is 1, 2, and 3 in that arena, in that bucket, then it makes us go to just to help everybody understand what we're trying to do. So when we get to that, we say, okay, let's, if focus number one is focus number one, and everybody kind of agrees that's kind of where we want to go first, then let's look at all if the yellows are the ones that are focus one, let's look at our yellow ones and go figure out what that should look like. All right, great. I think we're there. So
Joe, look at please what I've done with the things you said and tell me if I've, as best as possible, jammed it into the matrix.
Yeah, I think that looks good, Kevin. Thank you.
Okay, all right. And then just as an aside on the back, I've got your qualitative comments about what we're trying to do with that. And that is balance the ARPA funding in round two, provide amenities residents want, while still being mindful that these projects got to be sustained when ARPA dollars are gone, and incentivize larger projects that can help us generate revenue.
perfect. So this is where we need it to be. This is exactly it. Now we have focus. And then we can kind of define in the A and R piece, all right, that's our aspiration. What's the way that we're going to get there? And that's when we get down to the granular piece of the how. But we need to know the what, because at this point is where do we want to go? Is kind of like at this point our aspirational moment. So all right, so Joe is giving it. Are you happy with where we are, Joe, with what you submitted so far? Good.
Yeah, sorry, I gave you a thumbs up, but yes.
Okay, good. So let's Stacy, how about you give us a shot at where things are? What's your list?
Okay, so I'm going to go with redevelopment, the vanilla box program, because redevelopment can happen throughout the city. It has a direct impact on our neighborhoods, which has a direct impact on our residents who feel better that the vacant building on such and such a corner is got life to it. It generates revenue for the NPU for the city. And it's something that we can do immediately, because a lot of the people who might be interested in developing this vacant building, it's a heavy lift. We can help them through the vanilla box program through NCDC. And I think it's a win-win-win. If we help them develop the space, it's a new restaurant for people to go to. If we help them develop the space, that street corner that used to be dark isn't dark anymore, which makes the neighborhood feel better, makes the residents feel better that it's not just another empty building. And so it trickles down all over the city. We don't limit it to whether it's going to be, it has to be in a specific area. It could be in Ockham, Taftville, Greenville, downtown, West Side, East Side. But I think that's the biggest problem with the housing stock that we have, is a lot of these warehouses and vacant buildings, the lift is so heavy. And we have to do something, vanilla box program, incentivize them to get their project off the ground. We have a lot of developers who have stalled their rehabbing for one reason or another. You know, the paper's up on the windows, it says coming soon, but the coming soon doesn't have an end date. And you know, that would be my long term, but it has I think the biggest impact on our city.
So Stacy, I didn't rewrite anything because really you've reinforced, nothing wrong with this, right? You've reinforced the point of and the importance of allocation of the ARP dollars here in this near term and really into the extent of the program out to December of 24 to do all the things you just described. So I didn't put anything new in here, except I put it under residents because you made the particular point that it helps affect the neighborhood that they live in and the job and market opportunities that are there for them.
Right, I think it has a tremendous impact. A new business needs maybe new employees. So we're putting people to work who didn't have a job before.
Right.
I think it's a global positive for the city, as well as, like I said, generating revenue. We have to have things that generate revenue for the city and MPU, so that for the future, if we're generating revenue for the future, we can do that project, or we can continue these projects, and where people need that lifting.
I'm going to kick the tires on that a little bit, and before I do, suggest that this is probably fodder for a future conversation that we need to collectively have. But some of what you said and asked for is limited, at least from my perspective on the NCDC side of things, because of, and please forgive me, because it's going to sound like I'm begging for dollars, because I am. But
Never say I'm sorry for doing your job.
With $2 million and a top line constraint of 300,000 on any one project, a lot of the properties, to Stacy, that you just described, and if I'm hearing it and feeling it the same way that any of us would envision across the city, we're not going to get there from here with a cap of $300,000 on a project and only $2 million to do it. Again, I'll say it one more time, I'm just trying to point out that if we really mean what we're saying right now, then we need to be flexible and agile and willing when a project comes up and it's going to require $250,000 in ADA compliance and elevators and $200,000 in remediation and a new roof and this and that we recognize that if this conversation we're having today and the results that we're landing on, if we really mean it, then we're going to have to be willing to probably do different or more than 2 million with the $300,000 cap. I'll just leave that right there.
So,
Kevin, I'm making a pitch for NCDC. Come on.
I'm not though, right? That's what's happening.
I am. If this program is successful, we have to expand it, increase the funding for it. But I think that this gets us to where we want to be going and has the impact around the city that we want. We want our residents to feel better about their neighborhood. And maybe ultimately, if that street corner is no longer dark or that building isn't vacant, then the people who live next door want to think about, hey, you know what? We got to tidy up our front yard. And if that's the result, that makes the next neighbor or the neighbor across the street feel better. Or the building owner that's next door saying, well, you know, building A looks great. My building looks a little shabby. I need to do something about it. It's the trickle down effect.
Yeah. I mean, with the monies that we have, we can do 10 or 12 barbershops, corner convenience stores, and restaurants. 10 or 12. 10 or 12 might even be overestimating a little bit. I don't know. But you know, what you didn't call out and say, well, and let's not be specific, right? But there are some whales in our city that are just sitting stagnant, that in order to move or motivate those aren't $10,000 or $30,000 ARP grants. Those are big dollars to do the incentivizing that you're talking about.
Right.
We could get really wrapped up.
There's some deep dives that would be required by the city, and I didn't want to get into anything specific. I'm talking more in general terms, but I think it has a tremendous impact on, and then people will want to move here. Oh, look what they just did over here. Or we have this new development, the retail on the first floor, residential on the second floor. I think it has a wide-reaching impact in a good way, in a positive way for the city of Norwich.
So to just wrap up what we're talking about here is that we're at this point is looking at, you know, where's our targets of opportunity? So we're moving a little bit into what we're actually doing, the A part, the aspiration. We're picking and choosing what are, of all the things we talked about, what are your aspirations? The results piece is what is the specific goal that we would have to do? And if this becomes an aspiration that is shared by the council and one that it commits to doing, then to go back to that very first thing that I said about a goal is where we do something different to expect a different result. This is where the goal would have to include, well, what are the things we need to actually do different than what we've done so far that would allow us to expect this outcome to occur. And so we've kind of, at this point, all I'm interested in getting to is the A part, the aspiration. What is it? Where do we want to go? And is there some collective agreement on the council about those particular targets of opportunity? And then it becomes a realist that says, okay, if that's really what we say we want to do, then what is it that we need to commit to doing to make that happen? And that's that goal piece where we identify what is it different that we need to do in order to achieve that. So if this aspiration that you've shared with the council, Stacy, is in fact one that the council begins to share, then we're going to put to the, where's your line? What are you willing to do, and what are you not willing to do in order to achieve the goal you stated? And that will tell us whether or not the opportunity, the goal, will actually has any chance of actually being met. So that's kind of, you went A and R, and we're kind of still at the A piece, which is kind of aspirational. What do we want? And if your aspiration is one that is shared by many, then there will be a will on the part of the council to move towards what do we need to do different. So great that conversation, that's where we're going, A and R. All right, let's go. Terrell?
All right. So I think many of the things that I've said would be within line with what my thinking would be. One of my big areas would be for us to also, as we look at developments and things of that sort, how do we make the city more, how do I put this? How do we make the city more or increase and promote the city from a walkable standpoint for culture, arts, tourism, and other amenities within the community? I think how we make that and promote that piece is going to be important. We've talked about, we've got a lot of the assets in place for those opportunities to be built. The bigger part is how do we promote those things?
Okay, that's the R part. That's the R part. But I like your aspiration at this point, because you're clear that one of the things that you would like to make sure the target of our opportunity is going to be around things that the city can do and the council can put its weight behind to actually improve tourism, improve people coming to the city to enjoy the city, whatever that amounts to. So perfect.
Well, I think for me, it's also the A, because part of it is what tools or what money we put behind as a marketing strategy for the opportunities we have within the community.
Right.
So those dollars or efforts we put behind those projects and opportunities will then help, of course, get us to the R point of where we go. And then I think my other big piece, which I've said time and time again, is with us having so many gateways and neighborhoods in conjunction near many of these big development areas, how we continue to revitalize our neighborhoods to be a direct correlation to the improvement and enhancement of our community. And I would say one of the other revenue generating or opportunities that we have out there is really digging deep to see what state and federal dollars we can continuously lobby beyond just the ARP funds, the tax dollars we have that are generated, but putting a bigger emphasis on fitting projects into some of these other grants, which may take a little bit more effort, but really looking and taking a deep dive at what other dollars are out there to help businesses in different areas.
Cool. All right. So it is all about, our focus is going to, and always when you look at resources, even though I said if you had all the money all the time, that's where we start. But at the end of the day, no business has unlimited resources or an unlimited ability to throw all the resources they have against everything they could do. So it's always about a disciplined activity of picking what are the ones we're going to do in the near term. In the next 12 to 18 months, what are we going to do that is going to make a difference a year from 12 months, actually. What are we going to do a year? What are we going to do in the next 12 that come next January or next February when we sit down again, that will be pleased that we were that focused and paid attention to that thing or those things. And we got some results to show for it. So, it is about what are we going to put, because we can't put money to everything. You have to pick which ones.
Darrell, I captured your aspirational, how do we create walkable space and sense of community? And I kind of got lost trying to capture your neighborhood point because I was trying to jam it into the chart. So either tell me not to try to put it in the chart or tell me how to put it in the chart.
So I do think it's kind of what we've been talking about, how to utilize our neighborhood spaces to generate not only space for business to come, but how do we elevate the neighborhood once the business comes so that there's a direct correlation to the beautification and upkeep of our neighborhoods, so that we're not putting all of our energy towards bringing the business, but we're also leveling that with the attractability of individuals wanting to come and visit that business in the area it's in.
Got it. I was going to write neighborhood beautification, but I didn't want to do that unless I heard that word come out of your mouth because I thought that was what you meant. Thank you. Got it. And then I just like to leverage something else that I'm going to go back to your aspirational thing about creating walkable space and a sense of community. I think we've all had this either side conversation or prior conversation or aspiration for the future. And I know that John hadn't really had a chance to say much today, but he did mention earlier both Deanna and John mentioned the Chelsea Harbor Drive planning grant. And I think that it's a perfect opportunity. John and I had a great conversation yesterday. It's a perfect opportunity to lace together a lot of things that are on all of our minds. Joe, I know that you and I had an exchange about this as well. There's that green space on the corner next to Castle Church. There's the current temporary extended sidewalk framed by Jersey barriers in front of Billy Wilson's. And then there's this Chelsea Harbor planning grant to talk about how we might reclaim a lane of traffic to be able to have more community space there. And I think that each of those separate things could be tied together in a really exciting walkable space, connective tissue sort of approach that says, you know what, from our beautiful front door of our beautiful city hall, you can walk down a sidewalk in a either closed or semi-closed Broadway that has a real sidewalk and not Jersey barriers, and ultimately land in green space next to Castle Church that allows for performances or a food truck or a picnic table to sit and have lunch at, and then continue on your walk down past the courthouse into this reclaimed lane for Howard Brown Park down Chelsea Harbor Way. Now, I didn't come up with all that. I stole pieces and parts of that from a whole bunch of things I've heard other people say, but I put it all together and said that. And I think that's an aspirational thing that we should be thinking about planning for, funding and doing. And I'm done flapping my jaws, but you said walkable space, and I just wanted to put some concrete things that are either going on or that people are talking about doing together and put that all out there.
So you are right on target with what I'm thinking. It's a direct connection. We've talked about that piece. I'm going to go back to the conversation we were having about, when I brought up the Sail Fest and us being partners with our surrounding communities, and also the conversation about parking. Having that piece of where people feel and can visualize how walkable downtown is, us having all of those pieces not only helps us, but I think you're also on the conversation about, you know, even that space around Castle Church. You know, I have that vision similar to you, you know, when I think of, you know, Parkville, you know, and what they've been able to do, and just that area of space. But you're absolutely right. As we continue to get through that phase of the study and see where things are, I think that's a feasible but accurate conversation that you are getting on when it comes to a walkable downtown.
All right, so there seems to be a theme that's already beginning to form. It's pretty interesting to see whether or not the theme continues. That the interest in our dominoes seems to be around, you know, improving, you know, the I guess the visibility of our assets and the quality of life of the environment that we are sharing, and investing the right amount of attention to improving neighborhoods, improving the quality of the buildings that are being occupied, not taking away blight. There seems to be an interesting thread that's developing, and then that's more aspirational, and then the results is a little bit like you just talked about, Kevin, about a very specific, here's one thing that we could focus on doing. And again, if we can keep our minds around, the more that we put attention into a more global kind of strategic thinking around what we're trying to accomplish, thinking about the effectiveness versus efficiency, what we're trying to accomplish is making Norwich a pleasant destination to both people who live here and people who drive through here to stop in and utilize what we know to be a beautiful space. But we have to create that beautiful space for them to be. And then, you know, other things kind of like happen as a result of that. So the thread that I'm seeing is that we're willing to invest in who we are and how we might be perceived by just changing the thing that people are looking at, and making the things that people live in and see make them more attractive, more naturally attractive, more attractive in terms of not just good to look at, but attractive. People want to come there, want to spend time there. So that'd be interesting to see whether that trend, that thread continues to flow. Grant, I don't think you've had a chance to speak yet.
No, I was going to say this is probably a perfect opportunity for me to speak, because I'm very much on board with what everybody has kind of lent into already. So honestly, on a typical day, I work at NFA and I walk down to St. Pat's and pick up my son. And we sometimes will walk home from St. Pat's over to the west side. And sometimes, you know, we'll go different routes, but typically we'll go through the city sometimes. And, you know, I agree that I think if we just make the city and the downtown area a little bit more attractive, we'll get where we want to be as far as economic development. It's kind of this idea of like, I kind of see it as like, what came first, the chicken or the egg, right? And so I think if we really focus in on cleaning up the city as best we can to make it more attractive, the businesses will come. You know, people will see. I think we do have to go with that kind of like, what was it that Stacy referenced, the like white shell case type thing? Because if we can get people walking down in downtown and see what potential there is, I think it would be huge benefit, because then people can kind of like mentally see themselves like, wow, you know, I've always been thinking about opening this business, but I never really thought where would be the right spot. And then you see, you know, a nice cleaned up building with the interior kind of like already spaced out, and you're like, oh, maybe this could be it. So I think that's it. And then me personally, I would also really like to target the marina. I really enjoy that that walking trail on the side of the river there. If we could somehow maybe expand that to continue down the river, that would be awesome. Even if we had to get creative with maybe like bridges or I don't know, other creative ideas, but I think that's a real gem in the harbor that could be expanded upon. I guess that's kind of the vision I had.
All right, cool. So all of you are going to A&R, which is kind of cool because that makes it possible for us to, when we get to the, the how, we've already got some, I guess, kernel of thought around, well, what would be the how? What would be the way that we could do that? And then it becomes a little bit more granular when we say, so if that is something that we'd want to do, how would we actually, what funding do we need to do? What do we need to do as a council to actually enable that to happen? And that's the R part, the granular, what are we going to do to make that a reality?
I hate to be the wet blanket or the rain cloud in this conversation, but that really is the tougher part of this conversation, right? And I think it goes back to something I said earlier, which is there are about $3 billion that are available through 3 different federal grant programs that I'm thinking about when I say 3 billion. And all of them have, the hidebound sort of hoops to jump through to get them. All of them have the political influence required in order to achieve anybody's attention. And all of them have timelines that are somewhere between now and tomorrow afternoon to get them assembled and turned in. But there are opportunities out there for grant dollars to do the kinds of walkable space and things that we're talking about. Now that's not even the wet blanket part. Now the wet blanket part is how many grant writers do we collectively, this group on this call, have in our employ right now? Exactly, Joe. None. I don't have one. I don't think you guys at the city hall have a specific grant writing specialist. And it's kind of a keyhole to this whole conversation. So I didn't mean to do it this way, but I guess what I'm suggesting, whether it's for us at NCDC or for you at City Hall or for the all of us, having a grant writer, especially in a city that is trying to rely, as Josh said early on other people's money to make sure that we can achieve some of these aspirational goals. I've taken this aspiration down to the mechanics of having a human being that can help us get through that keyhole and gain access to these funds. I'll stop right there.
So that's an R, that's a definite R. And you know what, before we get to the R, and I guarantee that's going to be one that we want to discuss. Well, how do we do it? And as it happens, I've worked with other organizations that are not-for-profit organizations, and they work collaboratively with other organizations of like situations, and they collectively actually, that was their issue. None of them individually had a grant writer, and collectively they hired a couple. And
look, I don't want this to be a complete negative. I just want to make it clear. We are doing exactly what you just said right now in this moment, Paul. We are teamed up with Sector, and they're assisting us with our proposals for a federal grant there. We just hired a grant writer to help us go after a RAISE grant for Business Park North. But those are just, they're sort of one-offs, but I think we've got to take a collective look at this and decide how we might be streamlined, better off, that kind of thing.
Yeah, so that's our R moment, and it's kind of like that. And I love that it's I love the R's are popping up because it's making us put feet to the fire. It's kind of like, okay, if we say we really want to do this and we want to make this change, then what are we willing to do? Where's our line? What are we willing to do? What are we not willing to do in order to achieve that outcome? And to me, there's always, it can't be that we're just going to continue doing what we're doing and these good things will take place, because they won't. And so we need to always think about what's the other piece of the puzzle is the R, where we actually sit down and say, if this is what we all collectively say we want to do. What's it going to take to make that happen? And then specifically, how do we get there? And that is the strategic plan that has motion, has results, that a year from now, you'll look back and say, this is what we said we wanted, and it wasn't all talk, it was action. We did something to make that happen, and here's where we are today. So you're all into the R phase, which is good, but we want to make sure, and again, there's a common thread coming through, so Swarjit, if you can
Yes.
weigh in.
Thank you, Paul.
George?
Actually, first of all, I just want to say, I always thought about, will we get a chance to have this kind of conversations in a safe manner, and we can all speak up our mind freely, without having anything in the background, So I respect this opportunity, and hopefully we'll have more of these exercises. So I just want to share one thing before I go to my agenda items. Sometimes, even in our own life, we get too much into economic development and we pretty much lose the family aspect. Similarly, with the city, I want to make sure that ARP funds, there is no denial we need to cater all these ABCs that Kevin have told us. They are very important. And we all should be on board. Of course, I can only speak for myself here, but that makes business sense. But on the other end, I want to also make sure that we don't lose the community aspect, because how good are those nice buildings and everything when you're walking on the street and people don't even have a common understanding or a respectful way to even talk to each other. So there are many bits and pieces to it to change or to reflect who we are as Norwich, because we do talk about other cities, and and I like a Blueback Square myself. It has all the modern restaurants, it has ethnic restaurants, it has you can do branded shopping, so, and all these things came up in our conversations. But we also need to focus who we are as a Norwich, and maybe we just need a Norwich model. And like a lot of people suggested, we have these things here. We maybe just need to make it more attractive, make it more usable, and make it more user-friendly. So I'll come up to my 3-4 main points that I have. Of course, not denying the importance of that ABC that we have discussed, business park and, cannabis and all that good stuff. But marina, we need to focus on that. It's the outdoor space, underutilized, underused, and not just opening restaurant. We need to create a family-friendly environment in that place. And I won't go in the weeds because it's very easy to point out negative things, but we are here to focus on how we can make things better. So we should be engaging more groups, getting more events there, make that as a tourist attraction, have some festivals back in there, maybe water activities, maybe some water sports. I don't know. We just have to look into it to make that place really fully utilized. Second thing, of course, downtown, we can focus on restaurants. We have that passport program, which is helping a lot to some of those restaurants, but opening those stores. And again, the vanilla box program, I agree, is helping because it reduced that overhead cost that if new person wants to come in, he don't have that kind of money, and he don't want to invest any money because he don't know how it's gonna go. So we should definitely go for that. And some other thing just to make downtown more vibrant and melting pot of Norwich. We I think one time we did something like different flags and different areas and, make it look more colorful. And maybe with that roundabout, I don't know if there's anything we can, put it up there that's a little attractive to people, And the third one is technology, because that can impact people's day-to-day life in our community, because we do have our website, which I'm very glad we have that, because there are a lot of things. I personally go there and learn about different things on different services which Norwich has to offer. But we can make it a lot more easy for people to do small things or small access to those small services through that app. Other thing, that app can be used for notifications and some emergency messaging system. So we should definitely look into that. I don't want to pressurize too much work, but we also need to do little bit analysis of our city as a whole from the bird eye view kind of thing, because somebody, I think that was Deanna, that we have different boroughs, which is true. The city is not just one city. We got suburbs, we got different areas, different populations living in different places of those different sections. So we should definitely look like which section need what immediately, because maybe some section of the Norwich might need a grocery store. They might have to go three miles away, and maybe some sections need more commercial development. Maybe some section need more restaurants. Maybe some section needs more recreational activities spaces. So we should definitely look into that. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think again, you fell into a little bit of the same spaces of looking at creating an environment that is welcoming and attractive in a lot of different ways, even down to the individual communities, and specifically the targeting a particular space that needs to get attention. Tracy? Tracy still?
She's not with
Yeah,
us.
I don't think we had her join us today.
Oh, okay. Oh, so true. Peter, I think you're up. What's your playing? We saved you for
Last.
your thoughts at this point. Yeah. So give us your thoughts.
Well, I wanted to listen to everyone. And I appreciate everyone's opinions, what they've shared, their focus. We have a limited amount of American Rescue dollars. We have a limited time frame to utilize them. I'm hoping that as we continue to make allocations, that we will look at the remaining dollars for infrastructure improvements, whether they include changing the city's definition of ADA compliance and bringing in some type of assistance. So whether that has to do with, a couple of people talked about the walkability of downtown. We had a meeting with the police chief, and he pointed out that while we have the historic lighting downtown, it actually diminished the value of lighting itself. And there are many areas that are not within the sight line of an officer on patrol in the evening in downtown. And I believe he will be looking to talk to us about improving that part of the atmosphere of downtown. If you want people to invest and live in downtown, it's got to be better lit. I think that's really important, and that will take an investment. As we tie in and hopefully gain the expansion of the waterfront, again, expanding on the walkability of downtown, that will also take an investment. But one of the things that we often hear about, and it was just spoken of, the website the city has and how that's managed or is not managed. that website becomes the tool for us to actually present the narrative of all the things we're trying to do here in the city. And personally, I think that coupled with, and I'm going to talk actually about a budget position, the city has dabbled in marketing on a project basis. We have never had a marketing position, someone who would actually deal with that day-to-day turnover of information to our taxpayers, to our investors, our businesses, working with the city's website in order to share that information. And that's something I think is sorely lacking at this time. All the things we talked about today and how we organize them, whether it's an individual item, whether it's a Rose Arts Festival, or it's the marina, or it's helping to gain access to the upper floors in areas where the building square footage doesn't warrant the investment. If it's an elevator that's needed, the owner's never going to do it. But if you could combine them with other buildings that we spoke of earlier and tie them in, then it's a shared ADA gain, particularly for downtown, the way downtown was built. I think it's really important that we look at those issues. And as we begin the discussion with the POCD, the way we describe those services in that document, which we are required every 10 years, I think needs to adapt to meet these needs. Spending money is great if you have it, but spending money that becomes a multiplier and a gain for the community when you don't have that money because you've invested in the proper infrastructure in areas where it's lacking is even better. I don't want to start picking projects. I don't want to do that. I'm wedded to the ABCs. I'm committed to working for those. I wanted to listen more to other people's ideas on the council as I did in this part of our workshop today. And I want to consider their gains, their interests for the community besides my own. But I guess I close by saying, because I'm starting to ramble again, it's a curse, that we all listen to each other, that we all find value in what we have to share. We all work as a team. I think Joe may have said it earlier, you know, an extraordinary generational time, or someone did, to have these federal dollars at hand, to be able to go after these other federal pots of money that we are actually engaged in. We have to make the best of all of this, particularly these next 3 years. They will be critical to us turning corners. We can work really hard to get the read and use off that list of incomplete. There's an opportunity there with an investor who's now the principal investor in the Oregon Hotel. His commitment is very serious. It will take political will on our part to close some of the gaps. Those gaps are driven by lack of dollars or redress. We are working with a delegation to go after state assistance, particularly in that site. Whether that happens or not, I don't know. It didn't happen with the Y, which we took control of recently, took responsibility for. That same exercise takes political will to move forward on other sites, and I would ask others to bring that to the table. If we want to be transformative, which these federal dollars provide for us, we're going to have to be bold sometimes. Kevin spoke to that earlier about individual projects that may drop in our laps, and if we have short-sighted how much we can invest in them, well, just keep that discussion open for further discussion. That's all I would say. I'm not saying change it, but keep it on the table. We want to be that council that really brings that change this time, because we have resources we never dreamed of previously, and there are more out there to go after. We have to be aggressive. We got to chase our delegation in Hartford, chase our Washington delegations. I was on a call yesterday, and someone shared with me that one of the delegation members in Hartford said that we don't have any bonding needs, and shared that with someone in his caucus in Hartford. That person never asked us. So I don't know why they made that statement, but I remember being very angry when I heard that. I'm not going to mention names. But if they're not engaged with us, maybe it's our fault. Maybe we need to make a bigger effort to bring someone like that person to the table and make them stay at the table. That's another resource that we may not be tapping enough. We've got 3 voices in the House. We've got a senator who works very hard for us and delivers. So we need to really engage and raise our level of communication. My wife says I'm done. Thank you.
All right, so let me bring John in. John, to kind of take us home a little bit. So you've heard, at this point, and I hear pretty much a common thread of tapping into resources. Mayor just talked about the resources we have in Hartford and in federal, getting both those resources to work on our behalf. We heard, from Kevin about obviously getting resources in the form of grant writing so that we can grant writers so that we can get more money. But we also then heard, where do we want to put that money? Where do we want to drive it and pay? What are we going to put on the top priority list of things to go after? And it seems as though the downtown, the waterfront, I guess the marina, and those areas tend to be the ones that resonate as the strongest tug. We get those on our top line list, and then we move through to the next layer. And by doing that, then it gives opportunities for us to have events and celebrate our diversity and get people to actually come to the city a little bit more frequently. That's at least the Reader's Digest version of kind of what I've heard, and then we can get into the granular piece of that. Is John, I'd like to hear your impression as to where you think that lies right now. John?
Yeah, I'm here. Well, there's, and this is kind of a good segue into what's going to happen on Thursday, because some of Thursday, and that's going to be talking about public safety, some human services, recreation, parks, public works. Those areas really integrate into some of the items that we discussed today. And we started coming around the edges a little bit, but people have to feel safe to walk downtown. So when we talk about public safety, we're going to have to talk about how do we get to that point, or how do we maintain it, or whatever. We talked about individual neighborhoods, but we didn't get into some of the areas which we're in kind of hand-to-hand combat right now, which is blight. You can have nice restaurants and other things developing, some good housing, but housing doesn't develop when it's next door to a house that's boarded up with weeds that are 3 foot high and garbage in the back, and they just drag down the whole neighborhood. So there has to be a concerted effort in that area. I think we can do more. We don't have a lot of staff. Deanna knows that. She kind of has blight on her plate with the staff people. We've tried to address it a little bit with ARP money, with Habitat. Now, one side of it is going well, which is the housing they already had done. The other side is dragging, about trying to get houses that the city has acquired back on the tax roll and in a less blighted condition, or non-blight, or whatever we want to call it. But those are parts of the building blocks that have to go. They're not as sexy to work with, but they're part of the city's infrastructure. And I don't necessarily mean just physical infrastructure, but the fabric of the community that needs to be solidified. We have an aggressive program on ARP for new park facilities in various areas. I think we need to continue that. It's not necessarily, and it's probably not in the downtown. It is in the boroughs that we have that. We have waterfront that goes up the river that's underutilized, where we have the packaging, the former packaging company. Terrific waterfront there, but it's in front of a blighted building or one that's underutilized. So we have a lot of brownfield and brownfield sites that still need to be addressed. We've taken a lot of steps in that direction with our brownfield grants, but much more needs to be done. So I guess what I'm saying is we need to do the physical infrastructure, the roads, sidewalks, park, rebuilding, cleaning up, creating more. And that goes alongside with the social infrastructure, which is human services. We've been very much diverted on from some of the goals because of the coronavirus epidemic. And we've been just trying to help people survive this terrible situation that many have gotten into with kind of a downward spiral because of job loss or other expenses and whatnot. So I think that we should talk about that on the Thursday. So I'm almost giving a preview of what we should talk about on Thursday. I think there's a lot of positives even now, though. If you look on Main Street, we have the boutique hotel moving forward again. I believe we've had a little bit of a detour with the YMCA, but I think we're going to work that out with some grants and working with the developer. Read and Use has potential again. I don't want to give it a percentage of what will happen, but I know we have good dialogue going, and Kevin's been leading the way on that, and I really thank him for that. You know, when we did take a chance, we took over the Read and Use. We've taken over the why, and some people asked, why did we do that? Well, because then we control our own destiny. And of course, then we have the West Main Street apartment with commercial space underneath. Very frustrated with the end of West Main, that whole property down where the Flatiron building is. Wonderful asset that just lies fallow. And that's part of the landlords that are stockpiling space but never do anything. Shipping Street is the same thing with stockpiling space. There was a article yesterday about the submerged boat, and the description that the reporter gave of the whole Shipping Street area was a bleak description. And I like Joe's concept of the horseshoe, where you look at the cup half full about that area rather than the bleak description of now. So, and we need to take care of those things. So as far as the grant writer / web information person, I think we do need that. I'm trying to utilize, and Chris knows this, NPU's person that does a lot of the community communication and Chris has been gracious to let us use him. We used him a lot on communicating the pension bond issue, and hey, it was successful. It was approved 2-1, and it was $145 million commitment. So that's we're the only community in the state that had a bond issue for pensions that had to go to the people. So it really shows, if you communicate with the citizens, they'll make a good decision. So I think I'll stop from there. But what I'm saying is we got to tie in some of the quality of life issues, which I think we'll talk about on Thursday. We have another 3-hour segment with that, and tie it into some of the things we are now. And I think I'm hoping to have a good shopping list then to pick from to set our limited amount of time, because we can't be doing everything. We're pretty lean when it comes to administration. We don't have a lot of administrators. We need to do that judiciously to that extent. And finally, we need to focus on the future ARP money. We need to work on it between now and May, when the funds become available, to focus on that. I know that we didn't talk much about history of the city this time. I know that 2 years ago we talked a lot about our unique history and how that's a drawing card. We didn't talk about that too much. Well, we're doing some of that now, obviously, with the funding to finish the whole area where the falls are, and the park there is very significant. We do have a proposal from Historic Society to spend money in the Norwich town area, which is a unique gem, which a lot of people don't know about. And then we have some quality of life things, like helping out the food kitchen and helping out some of the other healthcare agencies in the community. So we've got a lot of work to do, and we have great opportunities with that. So I know I've been talking a lot, and Kevin's been keeping up with me. I don't know how he does it, and I appreciate that. So I'll keep quiet now.
Thank you, John, and thank you, Kevin. You're right. You do keep up with the conversation. So I think like I said, Thursday is kind of our next stop, where we end up with another additional piece to the puzzle to make sure that we end up with a definite. But our focus today was about economic development and that, and I think that we've can agree that I think the parts that you looked at were the 3 buckets that we talked about earlier. Is A, how do we improve the infrastructure, and that is ours, that the visual that is, and the experience that is the downtown, the waterfront area, the marina. Those seem to be the big buckets that you want to pay attention to, and if that's the case, then what we need to make sure that we do is think in that goal setting kind of modality. All right, so if those are the 3 areas that we want to pay attention to in the short term, with a little bit more enthusiasm, a little bit more targeting than other places, then how do we actually, what is it we need to do to make that happen? So what's the different that we're going to need to do? And some of the difference have come up with grant writers, spending, actually just making it a target of our attention, willingness to add more dollars into that space, willingness to facilitate either through resources we have outside of Norwich, like the state or feds, or other communities in our neighborhoods that can actually help facilitate that growth, making Norwich a little bit more aware of, and because that's that marketing and communication piece. Just because we have it doesn't mean they will come, but we need to first have it. And then we need to make sure that we tell people about what we have. So that communication, marketing, all that kind of stuff would be another what we could do. And I still can't avoid looking at the what we could do that would be particularly, and that would take, how would we collaborate with other resources in business and whatever to build that darn Ferris wheel. Got to put it up there somehow. Some attraction that is there, and some other attraction that is kind of up in the future for us to point to, and then lastly that people who invest in the city as homeowners or as businesses need to get a return on that in the way of quality of life. And I think you've kind of looked at, so what are the things that we need to do, be willing to do different to make that experience happen? And I guess Thursday we'll have opportunities to talk a little bit more about that. So that's kind of where we are. And, the homework I think that we need to do between now and Thursday is more about thinking about okay, if these are our collective thoughts about where we want to pay attention to, what are we willing to do different in order to make that reality happen? So that's how we'll end up crafting our ultimate goal for each one of these. So what specifically are we going to do that's different, that we can know that we've done it, and then as a result of that, the individual pieces and parts that we do, knowing what our end game is. So when you look at that first list, I want you to think about that first list. What variation on a theme could you put in there, or what specific things would you be willing to do to make those things come to pass? Kevin, thank you for co-hosting, as it were, facilitating, and needless to say, providing a lot of depth of knowledge as to what is happening in the city from your perspective, and also being our scribe. I can't tell you enough how valuable that was. And look forward to working again with the council on Thursday with a different group of folks who have different perspectives, I'm sure, but will help us kind of take the final product between today and Thursday. We'll have some real specific things to work on, and we'll schedule it for that. So looking forward to there. So I hope today was a productive meeting for all of you, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of the council. Thank you, everyone who's on the phone. Thank you, John. And if there's any final thought that someone has before we sign off, that certainly I'll leave the floor to whomever, Mr. Mayor or John or anyone member of the team. Kevin?
Well, perhaps before the city manager or mayor close it out, or collectively, I'll just say that this was very useful for me. I know that I've spoken to almost every one of you individually about how and when we might have these kind of conversations. And so I think, as much as I don't want to give up 6 hours on a Saturday again, I'm hopeful that we will do this again. And I think it's part of the plan, re-engaging with us, because, ultimately at the end of the day, we're out there at the pointy end of the spear trying to achieve a lot of what you guys want and have discussed today. And then just an administrative thing, I've done my best to capture what you said. So if I missed something that you said that you think needs to be integrated into the memorialized product, reach out to me individually. I'll send this out at the end of this or a few minutes after the end of this. And if you have a particular edit or a hot rock in your pocket that you didn't get out today, reply back to me. I'll reintegrate and give this another shift before perhaps hopefully the Thursday meeting. So thanks.
Agree. Thank you one and all. Mr. Mayor, John, any other final thoughts that you want to interject before we all wish each
Paul, I
other?
just want to thank you for your serving as someone to keep us moving forward. Kevin, thank you as well, controlling the discussion. My last thought would be that any narrative I spoke of earlier to inform our own taxpayers and investors would also be shared with any future investors as to why they want to be here in Norwich. And a lot of that will be driven by the story that we're able to share with them. And I want to emphasize how important it is that we up our game on that narrative. Thank you.
John, any final thoughts?
Yeah, what's interesting is we have no idea who the audience was today on the live stream. Did we have members of the media on? I don't know. Is there going to be a story about what we discussed today? Have no idea at this point until they call us. And maybe if they ask us about something specific, then we know that they were viewing this. So if you're out there, let us know. I'm curious to see on that. I think this went well today. I wasn't sure if we could go all the way to 1:30, but we actually could go more if we wanted to. But I think at this point it would be self-defeating to move beyond the fatigue factor. But I want to thank Kevin and Paul for this. I think considering it was Zoom, I think we all felt pretty engaged. I could follow along well, and with the live notes, I think it really helped kind of crystallize things as we were going along. That's something actually you can't do live so easily unless you have it on a white screen as you're going along. So this is a good way to do it. So with that, I'll thank all the council and staff department heads that are here today, and I look forward to continuing this next Thursday at 6 o'clock, and we'll have virtual pizza and soft drinks. What's good about virtual pizza for me, who's trying to lose weight, is it's very non-caloric. Virtual pizza, yeah, it's like air. It's so light.
That was the donut that I got for that matter too. It was like air.
Very light. You gain no weight with a virtual donut, so you're in good shape. Well, thank you, everyone. You can tell I got food on the brain now, so we'll go from that. So have a good rest of the afternoon. It's cold out, but at least it's clear. So have a good afternoon and the rest of the weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
Bye, one and all.